Ya.
Nama kita berarti ada nggak? PIC nama nama PIC 13.
Enggak, Cok. Angel, Angel. Oh iya, dia panggil Angel. Pakai berubah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome our honorable guest to the Mais Widyatula meeting room, Bali Tourism Polytechnic.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome our honorable guest to the Mais Widyatula meeting room, Bali Tourism Polytechnic. Please be seated. The show will be started in a few minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to have your attention as the opening ceremony of TRACER, the International Conference on Travel and Leisure 2025, is going to be started in a few seconds.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to extend our warm welcome to all of you to the Mais Widyatula Meeting Room, Bali Tourism Polytechnic. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, nama budaya, salam menganjali karyawati. Your Excellency, the Minister of Tourism Republic of Indonesia, represented by Senior Advisor on Bureaucratic Reform and Regulation, Madam Raden Kurlani Ugur, the Director of Bali Tourism Polytechnic, Associate Professor Dr. Andus Ida Bagus Putu Puja MKes, our esteemed keynote speakers, plenary speakers, all respectful participants, wonderful guests, and paper presenters of Treasure 2025. On this special occasion, we would like to thank the Almighty God because of His grace and mercy we could gather here. My name is Ida Ayu Kusuma and I'm very honored to be your master ceremony for today for Treasure, the International Conference on Travel and Leisure 2025, with our theme, Innovating Travel and Leisure, Pathways to Global Sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, the first agenda is Nusantara Dance. Nusantara Dance is our welcoming dance that presents the wonderful culture and archipelago of Indonesia. Nusantara Dance presented by the Bali Tourism Polytechnic Dance Community. Please give a round of applause for the Nusantara Dance performance. Ladies and gentlemen, the second agenda is singing National Anthem Indonesia Raya, followed by Hymne Bali Tourism Polytechnic. Ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly invited to stand up.
Song
Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly remain standing as we begin the sending prayer.
With your permission, I will lead the prayer according in Hindu. For those of you who have other belief, please adjust according to your perspective belief. Om Swastiastu. Om Awiganamastu Namosidam. Amuaditya asya pranjotya roto tejo namostutya sueto pangkajo moadiastu buaskarya namostutya. Om Rangring Syah Pramocintiya Namah Swaha. Om Yang Widi. Almighty God, on this day, Thursday 25th of September 2025, we offer our praise and gratitude to you, because through to your blessing, we are able to hold the International Conference on Travel and Leisure 2025 in good health and good spirit. Om Yang Widi. As Sang Yang Raditya, the God of Sun, guide us on the right path. We humbly ask for your guidance and blessings so that all of today's event can be run smoothly, orderly, and provide the greatest benefit for all of us. Show us the ways so that we may carry out our duties as best as possible. Om Yang Widi, the most forgiving, we leave our prayer and ask your blessing. Free us from all obstacles, forgive our mistakes, and free us from with sins and sinful deeds. We pray that today even will always be under your protection and guidance. And may I bring meaningful lesson and blessing to all involved. Am sidirastu atat astu anamu asu am dewa suk semua para cinti namu asu am santi santi santi
Ladies and gentlemen, you may kindly invited to sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda is the welcoming speech delivered by the Coordinator of Tour and Travel Business, Madam Niputu Evi Wijayanti, SA4 CEE CHE. The time is yours.
Tes. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Namo Buddhaya. Salam Manganjali Karyawardi. Good morning, Honorable Madam Raden Kurleni Ukar, the Minister Senior, Advisor on Bureaucratic Reform and Regulation, Director of Bali Tourism Polytechnic, distinguished guests, esteemed speaker, respected college, and the member of the academic community. It is an honor and a privilege for me as the coordinator of the Tour and Travel Business Study Program to warm welcome you all. Treasure the international Conference on Travel and Leisure 2025. This important meeting, organized by the Tour and Travel Business Study Program with the support of the Minister of Tourism of the Republic of Indonesia, bring together academic, industry practitioner, government official, researcher, and community representative from across the country and abroad. Your participation reflected a shared commitment to encourage the meaningful collaboration in the field of the travel and leisure. This conference theme, Innovation, Travel and Leisure, Pathways to the Global Sustainability, is the highly relevant and essential. This theme emphasizing the urgent need for innovation as a driving force in shaping a sustainable future for our industry. In particular, it aligns with the Sustainable Development Goal, or SDGs, with emphasizing the critical role of the innovation in improving and quality of the sustainable tourism. This theme also emphasizes the urgent need for innovation as a force for shaping a sustainable future for our industry. In line with the Sustainable Development Goal, or SDGs, this time invite us to critical examining current challenge while encourage practical and innovation solution. To ensure the inclusivity, resiliency, and long-term sustainability in the global tourism. Through this conference, we hope to provide an international platform for intellectual exchange, encouraging participants to share research findings, professional experience, and visionary ideas. We hope that the spirit of collaboration will inspire participants to share research findings, professional experiences, and visionary ideas. We hope that the spirit of collaboration fostered here will not only strengthen academic and professional networks, but also inspire concrete action for sustainable development in the travel and leisure sector. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the distinguished speaker, committed participant, and the tireless committee member whose contribution have to make this conference possible. As I close this session, I extend my sincere thanks and deep appreciation to each of you for making this gathering true meaningful. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam menganjali karya werdi. Smart travel, live well. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the speech. Now we would like to begin for the second agenda. We would like to invite the Conference Chair of Treasure 2025, Associate Professor Dr. Putu Ayu Aryase, SA MPAR, CEE, CHE, to deliver the welcoming speech. To our conference chairs, the time is yours.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam menganjali karya werdi. Good morning, Her Excellency, the Minister of Tourism, Republic of Indonesia, represented today by the Minister's Senior Advisor on Bureaucratic Reform and Regulation, Madam Raden Kurleni Ukar. Your Excellency, the Director of Bali Tourism Polytechnic, Associate Prof. Dr. Ida Bagus Putupuja, distinguished keynote speaker and all speakers, Professor Diana Lemi from Pelita Harapan University, Professor Ilham Junaid from Makassar Tourism Polytechnic, Associate Professor Dr. Yoshiko Ogawa from GF Oberlin University, Tokyo, Japan, Dr. Niwayan Giri Atnyani from Bali Tourism Polytechnic, Dr. Lilibeth Aragon from Lyceum of the Philippines University, Manila, Dr. Chong Jia Yu from Jiangxi Science and Technology Normal University, China, Dr. Si Jia Yu from Jiangxi Science and Technology Normal University, China, Associate Prof. Dr. Lukias Zuraida from Bali Tourism Polytechnic, Assistant Prof. Dr. Wanamina Bostan Ali from Prince of Songkla University, Thailand, Madam Silverina Annabel Kibat from University Technology Mara, Sabah, Malaysia, esteemed guests, respected colleagues, and all participants. I would like to thank the Almighty God because of His grace and mercy we could gather here. In commemorate World Tourism Day, it is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you all to the International Conference on Travel and Leisure 2025 here in Bali Tourism Polytechnic. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extended my warmest greetings and deepest appreciation for your presence and participation. This conference has been designed as a platform for knowledge exchange, academic dialogue, and professional collaboration. We gather here not only to present research and share experiences, but also to build bridges across disciplines, institutions, and nations. Such gatherings are vital, for they allow us to address pressing challenges, generate innovative ideas, and strengthen the bonds within our scholarly and professional community. I would take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank our distinguished keynote speakers, all speakers, session chairs, presenters, and participants who have traveled from near and far to contribute to this conference. Your expertise and commitment bring immense value to our discussions. I also extend my gratitude to our sponsors, partners, and most importantly, the organizing team and volunteers who work hard and dedication have made this conference possible. Of the course of this event, I encourage you all to engage actively in the sessions, exchange perspectives, and foster collaborations that may extend beyond this conference. Let this gathering not only inspire academic excellence, but also create lasting networks that contribute to our shared goal. I wish you fruitful discussions, meaningful connections, and a memorable experience throughout the conference. Smart travel, live well. Om Santi Shanti Shanti Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to invite the Director of Bali Tourism Polytechnic, Associate Professor Dr. Andos Ida Bagus Putupuja, MKes, to deliver his welcome speech. With the highest respects, the floor is yours.
Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Salam, namo budaya, salam kebajikan, salam mengenjali karya werdi. Good morning, Honorable Madam Raden Kuleni Ukar, MSc, Minister Senior, Advisor and Running Creative Reform and Regulation. I would like to thank the Honorable Prof. Dina Mutiara Lemi, APAR, MM CII from Pelita Harapan University as keynote speaker. Thank you. The Honorable Speaker, Prof. Dr. Ilham Junaid, SPD, M.Hom, from Makassar, Tourism Polytechnic, Associate Prof. Dr. Yoshiko Ogawa from GP Oberlin University, Tokyo, Japan, Dr. Niwayan Giri Adnyani, MSc CII from Bali Tourism Polytechnic, Dr. Lilibeth Aragon from Lyceum of the Filipina University, Manila, Dr. Song Zayu from Jiangxi Science and Technology Normal University, China, Associate Prof. Dr. Waramina Boston Ali from Prince of Chongla University, Thailand, and Prof. Silviana Abinia Pakibat from University Teknologi Mara, Sabah, Malaysia, Associate Prof. Dr. Lukia Suraida, M.Hom from Bali Tourism Polytechnic, Associate Prof. Dr. Putu Ayu Arisasih, MPAR, CAE, as conference chair, and Igusti Ngurah Primanda, MPAR, as moderator, and distinguished guests, reputed colleagues and member of the academic community, and all participants who participates in online and offline. It is an honor for me to speak at the Treasure International Conference on Travel and Leisure 2025, organized by the Tour and Travel Business Study Program. This conference is an important forum for academic discussion and collaboration between academics, personnel, and government officials. This year, themes innovating travel and leisure, pathway to goal sustainability, is a real call for collective action. It emphasizes the importance of innovation in environmentally and friends initiative, digital transformation, and responsible tourism practice to address global challenges. It is very encouraging to see the various participants, including researcher, participant, regulator, student, and speaker from Japan, China, Thailand, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Indonesia, who will enrich our discussions. Keynote speaker, plenary session, and presentation, this conference will not only strengthen collaboration, but also contributes to academic publication in line with the SDGs. On this occasion, I would like to express my gratitude to the Ministry of Tourism of the Republic Indonesia, as well as all academic and professional partners for their support. May this conference be an inspiring and productive forum towards sustainable goal tourism. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Semangat travel life well.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to introduce our distinguished guest, Madam Raden Kurleni Ukar, as a Minister Senior Advisor on Bureaucratic Reform and Regulation. We will now deliver the keynote speech and opening remarks. With the utmost respect, the floor is yours.
Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Namo Buddhaya, Shalom. Good morning to all of us. The honor of Director of Bali Tourism Polytechnic, Associate Professor Dr. Ida Bagus Putu Puja, speakers from Japan, China, Thailand, Malaysia, the Philippines, and also Indonesia. The entire management and academic community of Bali Tourism Polytechnic, treasured participants, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, we give thanks to the God Almighty for His grace and blessing, so that today we can gather at Treasure International Conference on Travel and Leisure 2025. This international conference is not just an academic gathering, but also a forum for collaboration involving academics, practitioners, government, industry, and the international community. With the theme Innovating Travel and Leisure, Pathway to Global Sustainability, this conference invites us all to build innovative, inclusive, and sustainable tourism. This theme is highly relevant to the current dynamics of tourism, and it is in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. This conference serves as a strategic platform to discuss various important topics, including green travels, environmental conservation, culture and heritage, future travel trends, over-tourism, women's empowering. This is very important. And it is very much my support to this. Bali tourism industry, technology innovation for the future, and the role of government and communities in the travel industries. The presence of international speakers from Japan, the Philippines, China, Thailand, and Malaysia, along with Indonesia speakers, demonstrates the spirit of international collaboration in identifying global solutions for the future of tourism. To all participation for the calls of papers and scientific presentation, I would like to say that your participation is not only about academic contribution, but also about how research results can become real recommendation for the development of sustainable tourism. This process is an opportunity to learn, innovate, and inspire. That research does not only stop in the discussion room, does not stop in paper only, but can have a positive impact on the industry and society. I would also like to express my highest appreciation to all stakeholders who have supported this conference, from the Ministry of Tourism, Bali Tourism Polytechnic, international university partners, and all the academic community. This collaboration is a tangible manifestation of our commitment to strengthening Indonesia's position as a center of global tourism thought and innovation. Finally, I would like to congratulate and wish success for this International Conference on Travel and Leisure 2025. May this conference be an inspiration and an important momentum in formulating globally competitive tourism that is oriented towards sustainability and benefits future generation. With great enthusiasm, I declare Treasure 2025 officially open. Om Santi Santi Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
With the highest respect, would like to invite Madam Raden Kurleni Ukar to stay still. Now, the conference will be officially opened with a symbolic archery ceremony led by Madam Raden Kurleni Ukar. We respectfully invite you to take the position, and we also would like to invite the Director of Bali Tourism Polytechnic, Associate Professor Dr. Andos Ida Bagus Putupuja MKes, to come at the stage. The opening ceremony will be inaugurated through a symbolic authorization, which I will lead with a countdown of 3, 2, 1. Treasure 2025 is now officially open! We respectfully invite Madam Raden Kurleni Ukar and Mr. Dr. Ida Bagus Putupuja. You may come down as we begin into the photo session. We also kindly request to all participants who gather here to come forward and take the documentation. Once again, we would like to invite all the participants to join for the photo session and documentation. You may come forward, all stands from the seat, because our team will take the documentation. All right, the photo session will be guided by me on my count. Everyone ready? In 3, 2, 1. All right, to all respectful participants, you may invited to sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will begin into the next agenda. So please enjoy the coffee break for 20 minutes. We will be back at 10:15 to continue with our plenary session. Once again, we would like to invite to all respectful participants to enjoy our coffee breaks located at the front of the Mais Widyatula building for 20 minutes starts from now on.
nggak begitu fanatik sama satu ini gitu, satu alam.
Sedang dicari.
Wale.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite to all of you to respectfully get into the room as we will begin the next plenary session.
Hello? Hello. Should I start or? Should I start now? My name is Yoshiko Ogawa from JF Oberlin University. Hello? Can you hear me?
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to invite all of you to come inside the room as we will begin into the next plenary session. Sekali lagi, Bapak dan Ibu yang terhormat, kami turut mengundang kepada seluruh partisipan untuk kembali masuk ke dalam ruangan Mais Widyatula, dikarenakan kita akan melanjutkan acara ke plenary session berikutnya.
No, not me.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to begin into the next session, which is plenary session. So today, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome our moderator for Treasure 2025, who will lead the plenary session. He holds a bachelor degree in English and a master in tourism, and currently he teaches in the Tour and Travel Business Study Program at the Bali Tourism Polytechnic. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Mr. Igede Ngurah Primanda Rahardiarta. The time is yours.
Thank you, Dayu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ade, and I have the honor of serving as your moderator for today. So for this plenary session of TRACER International Conference on Travel and Leisure 2025. In this session, we will hear from a lineup of distinguished speakers who will share their insight and research on various topics, aligned with our conference theme, Innovating Travel and Leisure Pathways to Global Sustainability. Here's the flow of our plenary session. Each presenter will be allocated maximum of 10 minutes to deliver their presentation. Upon the completion of all 5 presenters, the session will proceed with 30 minutes Q&A session, in which participants will have the opportunity to pose questions and engage in further discussion. We kindly remind all participants to keep your question concise and relevant to the topic. For our online participants, you might type your question in Zoom chat box, and our team will assist you during the Q&A session. All right, without no further ado, allow me to introduce our distinguished keynote and plenary speakers, whether in person or virtually. Please allow me to acknowledge them individually. First, please welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Diana Mutiara Lemi, APAR MMCHE from Pelita Harapan University, who is present with us today. Thank you, Ibu. Prof. Diana currently serves as the Dean of the Faculty of Hospitality and Tourism at Pelita Harapan University. She has been dedicated to advancing tourism education and research in Indonesia for over 2 decades. We are pleased to invite Prof. Diana to deliver her presentation on the theme Green Tourism, a topic of great relevance as the tourism industry now increasingly focus on sustainability and environmental responsibility. To Prof. Diana, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, and salam manganjali karya werdi. First of all, I would like to address my deep grateful greetings to the leaders of Polytechnic Pariwisata Bali, Bapak Ida Bagus Puja, and then the Senior Advisor on Bureaucratic Reform and Regulation, Ibu Kurleni Ukar, and to the Chairman of the conference, to the fellow speakers from Japan, China, Thailand, Malaysia, Philippines, and also Indonesia. Here I can see some of them, Ibu Dr. Niwayan Giri Atnyani, Professor Ilham, Ibu Dr. Lukia, and also to all of the participants who are here and also joining us online. It is always a great pleasure to me to be invited to present and to speak, giving my thoughts and reflections about the tourism, about travel, and about the foundational things of our science, tourism. So the committee invite me to share my thoughts about the travel industry, the innovation in travel industry. So before I start my presentation, I would like to share one moment in my life as a lecturer, that one day I had a meeting with my late rector, and then his intention is to close one of the study program in tourism, particularly travel, because he said travel industry is dying industry. At that time, I was stunned, and then I said, no, sir, travel industry is not a dying industry, I said. But you see now there is no travel agency because everything is going online, this and that, blah, blah, blah. Okay, because he was my boss, I cannot argue more. He was my boss. So, but deep in my heart, I have a thought that like this. For the people who are working in travel industry, we always realize that we always be in the back of the stage. We are the one who become the intermediaries. We are the coordinator. And sometimes our work is intangible. But these intangible works actually make the people, make the tourists have the best experience while they are visiting a destination. Then, because of that, yeah, I think the travel industry people, then we have to do innovation dynamically. Every time we have to do innovation so that there will be no more opinion like what I said before. Travel industry is dying industry. Why? Because basically, without travel, tourism will not exist. Tourism exists because people are traveling. So that is the basic thing that all of, I think, the students here, you are very, this is very important for you to stand for, because the tourism industry itself, yeah, exists because people travel. Okay, so I'm in this keynote moment. Actually, I would like to invite every one of us to reflect on the travel industry itself, according to what we have before, what we have now, and what we are going to have in the future. So let's begin. Next. Okay, next. So I'm going to align my presentation into four big areas, which are a look back to the evolution of travel, the tech revolution, key innovation, and then the green path, contributing to sustainable tourism, and the next frontier, AI and the future of travel. Next. So, to all of the students and the lecturer in tourism, we have to know and we have to learn by heart that people travel for some reasons. Why people travel? And the reasons why people travel, it's becoming a classical reason. From, I think from the earliest notes about where the Egyptians start to travel, how the Roman Empire start to travel, up until now. So there are reasons why people travel. Because of leisure and recreation, of course, and then culture and education, because of social and relationship, because of business and professional, because of adventure and self-discovery. I think this is very relevant to the Gen Z, yeah. And then others underlying driver. There are so many reasons why people travel, but people do travel. So, and because of that, yeah, the tourism industry exists. Okay, next. Let's have a look back on the evolution of travel. So, on the 19th century, yeah, people travel with the more simple mode of transportation. It starts with sailing ships, and then horse-drawn carriage, and then also other more simple form of mode of transportation, including walking. Yeah, but when the century also evolving, then we have more modern transportation, Like in the 19th century, there are steam engine. Yeah, it starts with the steam engine, and then the steamships. Yeah, it is impacting on the faster, safer, more affordable, and more comfortable mode of transportation. And in the 20th century, the automobile and commercial aviation takes place. It is also becoming the biggest driver of people to travel around the world because it is easier to travel with this mode of transportation. And then now, in the 21st century, we know the high-speed rail, fuel-efficient aircraft, electric vehicles, and more to come. I think, I don't know, beyond my imagination, I think one day it is possible that we will have a flying car. Because it is already happening, things that we never imagined before, now we have it. So it is not impossible if one day we have a flying car as our mode of transportation. And that will revolutionize the travel itself. Next. And then let's not forget the founding fathers of modern mass tourism, Thomas Cook. In that era, what he did is very revolutionary. Why? Because at that time there is no ATM, there is no M-banking, there is no e-banking, there is no online reservation. But he is the one who made the first package tour. So with his innovation, with his revolutionary thinking, he started the first package tour, bundling transportation, accommodation, and make an itinerary. He did it in 1841 because at that time, because there is no banking system like what we have now, if people want to travel, they have to bring a lot of money, cash. So for the safety aspect, it's not very safety and it's not practical, right? So he started doing this package tour bundle. And then what he started, also democratizing the travel. Travel becomes possible for every people. Because before, it is only for rich people. Only rich people can do the traveling. But because Thomas Cook initiated the package tour, he made traveling possible for more people. So for those who wants to travel, they can afford the cost of the travel itself. And then he also initiated the travel agency model. He created the role of travel organizer and the intermediaries. And finally, his legacy is he laid the foundation for the entire organized travel ecosystem that we know today. So what we have today actually was founded by the revolutionary thinking of Thomas Cook. So to all of the students, it is important for you to understand this and to know this, because what we have now, the modern thing, the modern way of traveling, actually started from the era of Egypt, from the era of the Romans people, the Greek people, until Thomas Cook made the innovation. And then now we have so many innovations in travel industry. Next. The first thing that affecting the revolutionary and innovative travel is the technological revolution in transportation. Now we have more smarter transportation. Smarter means that it is faster, it is also more energy efficient, and then it is more safer. So this is one of the innovation that give positive impact to the travel industry. Next. And then the power of information and AI. Okay. I would like to have a bit time to talk about AI. Before what my thinking is, I'm fully confident that AI cannot replace human. Why? But this is before, yeah? I will emphasize on the before. Because I think AI is very stiff. It is only a machine that will just give answer when we ask, yeah? And then what in my knowledge, when we talk about robot, when we talk about Android, this robot and Android comes in a very stiff form, right? Like a machine, and then who likes to interact with those kind of robot? But I think just 2 weeks ago, I saw a program in a television. I think it is like Discovery or what. The show is giving information about there is a group of scientists who keep on doing innovation on robot, AI, and also Android. Now they are making and more sophisticating the form of a robot to become very, very lean and can do a seamless movement. So can you imagine if this robot is really take the form of a human? Then where is our place? So now I'm confused. I'm not so sure anymore whether we cannot be replaced by AI and robot. Yeah, because of that TV program I saw 2 weeks ago. So this group of scientists is keep on doing the innovation. So I'm not saying this to make you afraid, yeah, no, but to raise our awareness. This is to raise our awareness, yeah, that the technology, yeah, they will always becoming more sophisticating every time. Then we have to be aware, yeah. Okay, so this is good because with AI, you will be more detailed in giving information. And information is one of the very important thing, yeah, in tourism. People wants to have a detail and the correct information when they travel. Yeah, they need it. Okay, next. And then the technology revolution also giving immersive attractions and experiences. Yeah, it is enhancing and preserving reality. Now, when you go, before you go to a destination, you can have a preview. Yeah, you can have like virtual reality tour, perhaps. Yeah, or you can just open the social media wherever it is. You can get the information about the destination that you want to visit. So before you go, you already know the place. And then when you really experience that place, yeah, you will have more complete experience. So we can say that the technology can help you enhance and preserve the reality. Next. Not only that, yeah, the travel industry actually also have a great contribution to the sustainability. Yeah. Why? Because there are a lot of things that can be done with the travel industry, and this travel industry is an industry that have a direct connection with the tourists, and then they can become one of the influencer for people to apply the principles of sustainability during their travel. And then they can also give advice on how a tourist, yeah, when they are doing their traveling, can behave, yeah, and then can respect, and also can do the preservation, yeah. Once I also have a very good experience with the travel industry, surprisingly in Toraja, yeah. So in Toraja, this travel industry really make an effort, yeah, for us, the group, when we want to eat, during our tour time, they don't bring our food in styrofoam or in a box, in a paper box. No, they are using, sorry, I have to say the brand. They are using Lock and Lock. And then after we eat, they collect it again. So it is a big effort actually. They collect it again, also the spoon they collect again, and then they clean it. And the next time we want to eat, it is already, we can use the same box again. Also for our drinking, they are taking their efforts to bring all the water gallon everywhere, and then every member of the tour group is given the tumbler. So that is also becoming our souvenir and our cup during the tour. So it is a real act that can be done, and it's very good, and it giving us, the tour group, a unique experience on how they really applying sustainable tourism. According, they also bring trash bag wherever we go. Yeah, so I think that tour operator, yeah, already giving one good example, yeah, of contributing to sustainable tourism. Next. Next, yeah. So actually there are a lot of innovation that drives to sustainability, yeah. Because of the time, I'm not going to read it one by one, but for example, now we are in the era of Internet of Things, IoT. So IoT in smart buildings, yeah, giving sustainability benefit. Then we can optimize the energy use for lighting, for air condition, yeah, for water. So the travel industry people, when they are taking a group tour or whatever, yeah, they can use these principles, yeah, to apply, yeah, in the whole itinerary of the group. So by implementing a real action, it will give a real influence to the tourist itself.
Prof.
Next.
Diana, Prof. Diana, sir, you have another 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. Then I will jump to the next frontier of the future travel. So with all of the innovation, then we have, we can predict, yeah, what will happen in the future with the AI and the future travel. First, we can predict the travel planning better. We can do a true hyper-personalization, yeah, give advice, give detailed information. We can use biometric seamlessness as one of the examples. And then sustainability scoring can also be done by the travel industry. So when people have the portfolios of their travel, how many they all contribute, yeah, to the sustainability. Next. So what about the future of travel professionals? So again, this is for all of the young generation here. Then in the future, you can be someone who have the technology savviness. Yeah, of course, it is your generation should be technology savvy. And then becoming the experienced curator, not only advisor, but curator. You can also become the partner, not the partner, yeah, I mean, AI can do your work, but for empathy, only human can do it. Yeah, I think we still have the role there. And then you can be the sustainability expertise. And finally, when there is crisis, you also have to take the role as a crisis manager and the problem solver. Yeah, these are the role of the future travel professionals. Okay, next. Next, okay. Next again? Yeah. I would like to conclude with these points. We already experienced so many changes from the prehistoric time up until now. But there are things that remain constant and the same. First, human motivation for travel remain the same. So why people travel? Because of curiosity, desire for novelty, and the need to connection. So as long as people are still human and they still have curiosity, the need for novelty and these things, people will still travel. So these remain the same. Secondly, the irreplaceable need for authentic experience and human warmth. Okay, my worry because of that program is because Android becomes more seamless, they are become more looks like human. But again, I don't know if the inventor, if the scientist can also build human emotion on robots. I don't know, but I don't think so. So these remain the same. Human warmth is still needed. Hospitality is still needed. And then finally, the expectation of excellent and professional service. So to make the young professional travelers, travel professional different, yeah, from AI and from robots, yeah, is that you must have a very high standard of giving service excellence to the tourists and to all the stakeholders in tourism. Okay, thank you very much for your kind attention. Yeah, I hope this will give benefit to all of us for my share. Thank you, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om.
Right. Thank you, Prof. Diana. Please have a seat. Give her a big round of applause to Prof. Diana once again. All right. With that, we move to our next agenda. We kindly invited our next speaker, Madam Dr. Niwayan Giri Atnyani, MSc CHE from Bali Tourism Polytechnic. She is former Secretary of the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy and currently serves as a lecturer in our master's program at Bali Tourism Polytechnic. We kindly invite her to come forward to the stage. To Dr. Giri Atnyani, please come to the stage.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right. We also have some speakers who join us virtually via Zoom today. We have Associate Professor Dr. Yoshiko Ogawa from FT Oberlin University, Japan. We also have Dr. Chong Jia-yu, who currently serves as Vice Dean and Master Supervisor of the School of Tourism, Jiangxi Science and Technology Normal University of China. And next, we also have Dr. Lilibet Aragon, the Dean of the College of International Tourism and Hospitality Management at Lyceum of the Philippines University, Manila. So without further ado, we shall now continue with the next presentation. The first plenary session, on the first plenary session, our speaker, Dr. Yoshiko, will deliver her presentation on the theme Government and Community Roles, as she is joining us virtually via Zoom. Now we kindly give the screen to Dr. Yoshiko to begin her presentation. Dr. Yoshiko, the screen is yours.
Hello. Hi, so I'm going to do SD through the Zoom. Is that okay? Hmm? Okay.
Yes, we hear you clearly, Dr. Yoshiko. You may begin your presentation. Thank you.
everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, hello everyone, my name is Yoshiko Gawa from the JF Obili University. I am very happy to be here at the Treasure 2025 conference to discuss the role of the government and community in fostering sustainable cultural tourism. Today, I'll be presenting a case study on Hachioji City, which is in Tokyo, Japan, focused on its sake tourism and geisha culture. So, here is the research context and challenge. The challenge we face is how can the local governments and communities effectively collaborate to transform cultural heritage into the sustainable tourism asset while preserving its authenticity. So my research focused on Hachioji City in Tokyo, where I live, and which serves as a powerful model, I think. Hachioji was designated a Japan heritage. It's not like a world heritage, but a Japan heritage is really unique in Japan in 2020, and it's the only Japan heritage in Tokyo. And also Hachioji has over 400 400-year history of the sake culture and maintains the vibrant geisha district. And the new sake brewery was just even established in last year in 2024. It's the first in 70 years. So this research aims to provide a replicable framework for the other communities worldwide. Here, this is the literature review. I just the theoretical foundation, and I said just grounded. You study in three core theoretical areas. First, establish the roles of the government, of the culture, tourism. And second is the community-based tourism theory. And third is sustainable framework. And the sustainable framework is the UNESCO and UNWTO. UNWTO now its name has been changed, UN Tourism. And there is the triple bottom line sustainability framework. This review revealed the research gap in the empirical studies of government-community collaboration with the Asian cultural tourism context. I employ the qualitative case study approach. And for the data collections, I conducted semi-structured interviews with the Hachioji City officials, the Hachioji City Hall Tourism Division staff, and the sake brewers, and the geisha. I also engaged in the participants' observation at the various events between 2022 to 2024. For the secondary dates, I analyzed government documents and tourism statistics. The data was analyzed using the thematic analysis and the stakeholder mapping. Okay, and then first, let's look at the findings. And Hachioji City government acted as a strategic catalyst. They achieved this through three key strategies. Heritage recognition strategies. And second, policy innovation. Third, infrastructure development. Here is the key finding is local government serves as a strategic catalyst while respecting community autonomy. I'll move on. The next one is about the community engagement. And so this here is the equally important was the role of the community as a cultural guardian. So traditional sake brewers is the maintains ancient technique while offering tours. And the geisha community is supported preservation through the volunteerism and festival participations. No. The geisha community continued their hospitality practices and educating visitors about their art. And here is the local residents. Local residents support is the preservation through the volunteers and the festival participation, including me. The community is essential for ensuring the authenticity and quality of the tourism experience. Move on the next slide illustrates the collaboration structure. The city government provided strategic support to the Cultural Tourism Promotion Council, which coordinated with the sake brewers, geisha, residents, and tourism operators. This model led to the innovation like government-led digital heritage maps and the community-created geisha guided sake tours. The success factors were the shared vision, mutual benefits, and a commitment to authentic experiences. And this collaboration's impact has been significant. It's the outcomes economically. At Hachioji, so this increasing in the cultural tourism visit, and also there's we can see the growth in the local business revenue. And second, cultural sustainability. There has been the renewed interest in traditional practices among the youth. And environmentally, this is very important. They focus on the traditional low-carbon brewing method was promoted. And the key achievement is a balanced approach that has realized multiple sustainability goals simultaneously. And in conclusion, this global applications, the Hachioji case, provides universal framework. The replicable principles are here, so you can see the local government must act as catalyst. 2. Community must be a cultural keeper. 3. Collaborative governance is essential. 4. All effort must integrate economic, cultural, and environmental sustainability. And this motto is globally relevant for any destination seeking to develop sustainable tourism. So thank you for listening. Sustainable cultural tourism requires a powerful synergy between government, leadership, and community authenticity. Thank you for your attention, and I would be really happy to answer any questions if you have. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Risiko. I believe our participant here will have a lot of questions for you, and we have the question and answer session after all the presentation. So we shall continue to our next presentation. Next, we have Dr. Zhong, who will deliver his presentation on the theme Technology Innovation for the Future. As he is joining us virtually via Zoom, we are pleased to invite Dr. Zhong to begin his presentation. Dr. Zhong, the screen is yours.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Zhong.
Yeah. Please, Miss Agawa, please retrieve your PPT, okay? Thank you.
Sorry?
Thank you. I will share my PPT, okay? Just a moment. Yeah. Can you see the presentation? Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, Dr. Zhong. We can see your presentation here.
Yes.
In the conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And first of all, let me send my best greetings to and warmest congratulations to Bali Tourism Technique for two visits for your campus and left me deep impression. Thank you for your hardworking and authentic reception. And I also want to say hello to your director, Puja, and Mr. Tao Xiangguang of my colleague from Jiangxi Science and Technology Global University. Okay. So my topic limits to technology innovations for the future. So I will have a short discussion with you on digital and intelligent empowerment for the high-quality development of culture and tourism integration in the present China. During the last National Day Golden Week in 2024, the number of domestic trips across the country reached 765 million person times, with total tourism spending amounting to 700.817 billion yuan. And also, we can see technological empowerment, AI itinerary customization has effectively increased the average transaction value by 35%. Technologies such as metaverse and AR guided tours have driven of 47% growth in customer flow. So characteristics of cultural tourism consumption during this summer vacation, we got some experience about the technological empowerment. So the development of smart tourism has gone through more than 30 years, successively passing through the eras of informatization, digitalization, and intelligentization. First, the new round of digital economy reshapes the new pattern of the culture and the tourism industry in China. Digitalization is converging with other elements to become a new driver for the development of culture and tourism. The extensive and in-depth application of digital technologies in the culture and tourism sector has suddenly transformed tourist demand, behaviors, and experiences, broken down the boundaries of various tourism experiences on the traditional supply chain, and significantly enhanced the construction of smart infrastructure and efficiency of the public services in the field of culture and tourism. In 2023, the short video series Escape from the British Museum centers on the interaction between two characters, a Chinese jade carved with interlocking branch patterns, and a Chinese journalist working overseas, telling the story of a Chinese culture rally, escaping to find its way back home and delivering messages for the return of other relics. The series personifies cultural relics, endowing them with life and emotions. The playback volume of this short video series on Douyin, the Chinese version of TikTok, exceeded 420 million, making it one of the most popular content pieces of the year, as you see. Yeah. In recent years, China's online games have achieved remarkable results in the dissemination of traditional culture and have become an important carrier and channel for the spread of traditional culture. By integrating traditional culture elements into game plots, character designs, scene settings, and other aspects, online games have not only enriched the cultural connotation of games, but also promoted the dissemination and popularization of traditional culture, and even helped China's fine culture go global. On August of last year, the game Black Myth: Wukong, the monkey, was officially released to players, quickly attracted the attention of gaming enthusiasts and around the world. Wukong selected 36 Chinese sports across China game backgrounds, including Anyue, Minshan Temple, Sichuan, Dazhu Rock of Province in Chongqing, Liying Temple in Hangzhou. Sanxi Province alone have 27 filming locations featured in the game. The various filming locations of the game have sparked a wave of check-in visits. The digital culture ecosystem serves as the infrastructure and underlying component of the culture and tourism industry. There are over 100 million movable cultural relics and approximately 750,000 immovable cultural relics across China. However, the average exhibition rate of cultural relics in museums and cultural institutions that house them is only 2.8% nationwide. Digital technology is precisely the crucial support to bring these cultural relics to life. All cultural relics, books, and ancient manuscripts, through digital protection and utilization, can achieve connection with anyone in any time and space. Yes, this lady, when Lady Xin was on Earth, her face was swollen, deformed, and decayed, so her experience during her lifetime was unknown. On May 17th, 2024, Lady Xin of the Han Dynasty, known as the Oriental Sleeping Beauty, emerged as a 3D digital human before the world, using related technologies like AI painting and large models. Virtual digital human images of different ages were constructed. This is a major application in the digital field on the 15th anniversary of the completion of the archaeological excavation of the Mawangdui Han tombs in Changsha, Hunan province of China. The emergence of digital technology has blurred the boundaries of traditional industries such as travel agencies, hotels, scenic sports, and shopping. Secondly, in-depth analysis of digitalization's transformation of the culture and tourism industry. So, from big data to comprehensive digitalization, only by remaining consumer-oriented at all times, can we truly lead and driven the upgrading and iteration of the industry. For example, we can use customer data to set that. Yes.
I'm sorry, you
tourism
have
and
1 minute.
Yeah. Number three, innovate the supply chain and drive supply with big data and digitalization. So we have to enhance efficiency and empower public institutions and industries supervision with big data and digitalization. And fourthly, market implementation and sustainable development of digital strategies should be used to as the curve bottom lies in the digital era. Now, last semester, our universities signed our contracts with the Jiangxi Provincial Digital Culture Group. And that is here the group's project in Jingzhou City, named Encountering Channel Porcelain Immersive Digital Night and Shadow Exhibition, and attract many visitors to take a look. So in the future, we can cooperate in depth. Come to the short video of the group. Let's have a look. The 3J projects. Launch of that year, encountering channel porcelain and the digital dream of the Red Chamber. Okay. Yes. So That's all. And thank you very much for your listening. And any question?
Thank you, Dr. Zong, for your presentation. I believe our participants here have a lot of questions for you. We will get that in Q&A session later. And now we are moved to our next agenda. We are invited Dr. Giri Atnyani, who will present an important topic on women empowering. To Dr. Giri Atnyani, the floor is yours.
Thank you. A very good morning to all of you and Honorable Director of Bali Tourism Polytechnic, honorable speakers, delegates, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate the committee for organizing the Treasure 2025 with the theme Innovating Travel and Leisure, Pathways to Global Sustainability. And thank you for inviting me to share about women empowering. And then my presentation will be beyond participation, empowering women as architect of sustainable tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, before I start, I would like you to imagine that you take a walk through a village. Imagine that where every homestay run by women, and then every cultural tour are guided by mothers who share about their heritage, and every dollars, every rupiah spent in the village and then received by the women entrepreneurs. Well, this is not a dream. This is happen in our community right now. There are many examples that we found in tourism villages. Today, my sharing is that if we want to create more of those transformative experiences, we must consciously empower women to move from supporting roles to being the chief of architect of sustainable tourism. Let's start. The first one, this is my outline. Well, it covers 4 points actually. Why gender matters, and then the fact and figure with the international and national level, and pathway to solution, and then conclusion. Why gender matters? Because it links to our global agenda. SDGs number 5, gender equity, and SDGs number 8, decent work and economic growth. And the fact shows us that women make up a large share of tourism workforce, around half of tourism job globally. And we also understand that tourism is labor intensive, and often local empowering women multiplies community benefit or multiplier effects on household and also as well in the community. Indeed, next please. Women could form and shape the backbone of the global tourism industry. According to UN Tourism, which was stated during the conference last year about women in tourism, that over 54% the women comprise of tourism workforce globally. And we found that the distribution in Europe is a bit higher, 55 to 60%, in South America, 50 to 55%, but in Southeast Asia, just around 50%. However, the challenges, women often concentrate in low-wage workers, they are informal workers, and many are having just seasonal jobs. But they are very small in quantity in leadership representation. So this is duality, strong presence, but weak in leadership representation. That is the gender gap that we face. Next, therefore we call it the gas selling in hospitality industry, as the workforce participation doesn't translate into equity or leadership. There is an issue on vertical discrimination or segregation, which we often call sticky floor. Women are concentrated in low skill, as I mentioned earlier, low wage and various jobs like housekeeping, catering, and this is according to the report from ILO 2019. And Deloitte also report in 2023, there is also an issue of leadership gap. They found that while women hold over half of entry-level hotel jobs, but they only occupy less than 20% of general manager. Another issue is also the pay gap. The gender pay gap in tourism persists, often floating around 15 to 20% less for women than men. Okay. Now, what about in our country, in Indonesia context? In Indonesia, there is a potential as well as challenges. Indonesia's story mirrors to global one, so the data shows similarity to global data, but with its own cultural nuances. The report from the World Bank 2020 report that gender equality in Indonesia highlights that tourism as a critical employer for women, particularly in regions like Bali. And then also PATA, Pacific Asia Travel Association, acknowledged that Bali and Jakarta, having many micro businesses in tourism, are informal and undervalued. That's for women. That's the report in 2023. So our challenge, while female entrepreneurship is growing, but the challenge faced by women is still the access to capital, and then technology, and also network. Another challenge is also about cultural expectation around domestic responsibilities, which can also limit their ability to scale businesses. Now, I would like also to show how about in Bali. In Bali, next please. Yeah. In Bali, women are undeniable keepers of culture, from weaving endek or songket, and also women preparing ceremonial offerings. The simple one is canang sari, and practicing traditional dances. This cultural capital is, of course, primary tourism asset. And women also contribute to economic, especially in informal sector. Souvenir vendors, freelance spa therapists, small-scale food producers, and they are often invisible, unstable, and lack of social protection. There is also an issue and a question. How many women in Bali hold leadership position in tourism industry? And are they the owners of large-scale adventure tourism companies? Well, I leave this question to the audience. We live in Bali as a patriarchal system. However, my personal view is that we women also need support to other women. And then, actually the opportunity is there, how we can make or take advantage of the opportunity for women to contribute for any sector. Next part is at national level. Actually, there are many initiatives regarding the women empowerment. Next, please. Conducted by the government. That during the last 3 years, the Ministry of Tourism has documented 30 women who are champions in tourism destination all over Indonesia. So they are leaders, they are innovators in various profession or business. Some are tourism village initiators and take lead also in operational as well. Like Anik in Klecung Eco Village in Bali, and then also Titin at Sumberbulu Tourism Village in Java. Also there is Yulia Zen also in West Sumatra. But there are many various other professions like surfers, and also they are doing the batik in Lasem and eco-print textile. They are all unique by themselves because of the cultural and environment with different professions, but they have similarity. They have similarity in building their businesses from the point of view of sustainability. Okay. Another initiative to support women in tourism villages, the ministry has launched the handbook on women-friendly tourism village. There are some criteria required, like about the safety, the cleanliness, and the percentage of women participation. My time is up? Okay, 1 more minute. Yeah. Now, the proposed pathway, so I will be very quick, for the solutions that next please. Yeah. We must equip women not just to participate in the tourism, but also gives them tools to grow well in digital tourism economic, entrepreneurship, digital literacy, and leadership. So included in the curriculum, no one left behind, and also like providing any kind of workshop they needed. So through education and upskilling. The second one is through the entrepreneurship, next please, and access, so build the capital access. And the third one, next please. Yeah, and then next please, and policy and leadership. So the corporate policy, and then also the governance, and formal mentoring. The last one is the conclusions that empowering women is a multifaceted innovation strategy. So women could contribute in economic innovation, sociocultural, environmental. True innovation in sustainable tourism requires moving beyond merely employing women to fundamentally empowering them as leaders, entrepreneurs, and decision makers. This isn't just social justice issue, but it is a strategic imperative for economic resilience, cultural preservation, and environmental stewardship. Thank you for your kind attention. I'm sorry that I'm taking the time more.
Okay. No worries, Ibu Giri. Thank you, Dr. Giri, for your presentation. All right, we move to our next presenter. So we kindly invite Dr. Lilibet Aragon, who will join us virtually via Zoom. She will now deliver her presentation on the important theme of sustainable and development goals. To Dr. Lilibet, the screen is yours.
Yes, mabuhay, magandang araw po sa inyong lahat from the Philippines. A pleasant day. I would have wanted to join you in person, but of course the distance and the scheduling wouldn't allow. But I'm very, very happy and grateful to the organizers, of course to the chair of Treasure 2025, allow me to greet everyone and of course to congratulate all of you for coming up with this very relevant conference for this year, which brought so many beautiful ideas, all of this that we can pick up from and can learn from each other, and hopefully towards the end of this conference, we'll be able to forge better relationships and at the same time we'll be able to converge on different significant issues facing our region. So I was tasked to discuss about sustainable development goals, and I'll be touching on some of the initiatives in tourism and hospitality academia in the context of the Philippines. This resonates so well with the different agendas as well, and the different activities, I believe, of the different participating countries here in Asia. After all, we share our common purpose and goal, and this is one way so that we can converge and collaborate. So allow me to center on very specific items. Why sustainable tourism? So this has been the mantle topic of this conference. Why sustainable tourism? Basically, when we talk about sustainable tourism, we talk about an approach so that we can manage tourism as an activity that minimizes the negative impacts and enhances the positive impacts. So it's not just about creating visitor profile, creating new destinations, ensuring that the numbers are higher in terms of tourism visits, but it is something to think about in the long term, because when we consider sustainable tourism, we are also looking at how we can make our planet a better place to live in, and we are talking about how people can have better places to visit. So at the core of we focus on culture, society, economy, and environment. So this is a very integral part of how we can mobilize tourism, of course, as a sector of the industry. So in terms of culture, we talk about sustainable culture. Most of the countries in Asia talk about rural tourism, and of course protecting the integrity of our heritage. In terms of society, we have to be able to put front how tourism can be more accessible, how population and health can be promoted, and at the same time how we can integrate the different communities in the tourism activities that we have. In terms of economy, it's very clear because we look at tourism as an activity that could be sustainable. So in which case, we have to ensure that the tourism as an activity will provide sustainable economy that will equally benefit everyone. And then at the same time, we also would like to promote circular economy. In terms of the environment, of course, we take a look at the different alternative tourism that's present, how we can minimize carbon footprint in all the different phases of activities, promoting ecotourism, and ensuring that we adhere to sustaining our environment. In the Philippines, of course, our country is rich by diversity and culture. But like other countries, these pressures also make us highly vulnerable to unsustainable practices. We have so many beautiful attractions, and this attract local and international alike. In popularity of these destinations, we are prone also in terms of unsustainable practices. The challenge really is how we can make these attractions sustainable so that we for the generation to see, and for us to maximize all the benefits that it could bring us. So the core of responsible tourism in the context of the Philippines are focused on environment, social, and economic values. So in terms of environmental, we always prioritize how we can make optimal use of environmental resources and how we're able to maintain ecological practices and conserve national heritage and biodiversity. In terms of the social aspect, so we're focusing on the respect on how we can conserve socio-cultural authenticity and how to maintain traditional values, and at the same time have this contributory alignment of the different cultures so that we can have understanding. In terms of economics, so we would like, this is actually a long-standing goal, to ensure that the benefits will be cascaded to all sectors, and at the same time there will be an equal distribution of benefits, including social services. We are expecting, of course, that through sustainable tourism development, poverty in our country will be alleviated, and that different sectors will be given benefits and at the same time in terms of long-term professional success in their different jobs. So sustainable tourism takes a variety of forms. In terms of tourism, we also would like to minimize the negative environmental, social, cultural impact. So I think this is also one challenge because as destinations are becoming popular, then overlooked. And growing up, we've seen a number of destinations that has been degraded, and at the same time, there's been so much commodification in terms of culture. Another is generate the greater economic impacts so that they can benefit the well-being of host communities. So this is a priority because the people who sustainable tourism should benefit from would be the host communities. Involving local communities, ensuring that they are part of the decision making. So it's not that we will just be implementing developments in tourism without their knowledge. They have to be part of the planning process. There's a very important task to have their buy-in because at the end of the day, they will be the one who's going to benefit, who's going to be affected by all tourism activities and developments. Another is that making a positive contribution to conservation of natural and cultural heritage and maintenance of world diversity. As we promote tourism, we also endeavor to make sure that these cultural assets are protected. And this is very challenging, and this is also something that we have to put forward, of course, as a nation. Fifth is to provide enjoyable and meaningful experiences to tourists and making meaningful connections with the local people. So this is where intercultural understanding takes place. So when we know the different narratives and history of people, then we are able to understand them better. And at the same time, this provides a vehicle for us to be more appreciative of the different cultures that can be parallel with our own or be different from ours. Next would be to provide access to people with disabilities, socially disadvantaged people. We endeavor a tourism industry that is inclusive. We would like to make it accessible to people, even though they have disabilities, and even those who are part of the socially disadvantaged group. And at the same time, culturally sensitive and the dangerous respect with tourism goals. I think those are the encompassing goals of sustainable tourism, and we need to be champions of that. Otherwise, we will just be working on our silos, and then at the end of the day, we're not going to accomplish things because we're just looking at our own system. So as a region, this is something that can work out. So I'd like to touch on this very quickly. So this is a global tourism market. So expert income from global tourism is equivalent to $1 trillion. So roughly, those are actually some data according to UNWTO. So almost 1/3 of the world's experts of commercial services are from tourism. So this is indeed a very relevant industry, and it is considered as the fourth largest industry in the world, tourism. Countries, tourism is considered as a major economic driver. And of course, with this data, according to UNWTO, or sustainable tourism that takes full account of its current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of visitors, the industry, the environment, and of course, the communities. So having said that, whose responsibility is it? When we try to promote sustainable tourism, whose charge is it? Is it the government? Is it the business sector or the industries? Is it the tourists, educators? Is it the community? The well-meaning answer is all. All of us are part of this sustainable tourism that we need to be able to put our hearts and our minds so that this could be a collective effort. So this is not an activity wherein a solo act is needed. This is a sector wherein we need to put our hands together, put our hearts together so that they can ensure that it's going to be efficiently deployed. Now, In terms of environmental stewardship in the Philippines, I'd just like to give some context on how we are doing it. So we believe that tourism must protect the very environment that sustains it. So we're not going to have any tourism activity if we don't have, the base. Okay, these are actually the bases. Anything and everything that people live. And so this is something that we have to protect. So we have declared marine protection sites in the country so that better monitoring can be implemented by the government and the local government units. So in majority of the different provinces in the Philippines, we've implemented what we call ban single-use plastics, and at the same time we've empowered the enterprises to utilize renewable energy power resources. So these are some of the examples that we are looking into promoting society in the Philippines. In terms of cultural preservation, we believe that sustainability is not just only centered with our environment. We also would like to ensure to protect our own unique Filipino identity. That would mean safeguarding indigenous knowledge. So there are some industries that are slowly dissipating in our country. How this is something that we're working on, so ensuring that the next generation will be able to continue certain culinary heritage, promoting festivals responsibly, and so we can prevent cultural erosion. And so this is very prevalent in the different regions of the Philippines we're in. There are so many festivals happening all year round, and we also of course, empower the youth to be part of it because we need to be able to sustain, implementation of this festival so that we can keep it running for the future generation. And along with that, of course, the different indigenous skills, so that's being taught by the artisans to the young generation. So this is being implemented in the different local governments as their project, and somehow it's getting noticed already. So another is the consumption in terms of local food and cuisine. So this is part of the tourism portfolio that we would like to really create an impact with. So this is coherent with the local culture and traditions that we have in the Philippines, and so we need to ensure that we get supply, local supplies, and then we try to promote the culinary heritage and gastronomy of the Philippines so that we can make it something that would be by the different younger generations, especially in the field of gastronomy and cooking. So per region, they have local cuisines that's being promoted, and just last year we have hosted the International Gastronomy, of course, as supported by WTO also.
Dr. Lilibet, you have another 1 minute to present. Thank you.
And so originally, the Philippines supported local economies and communities. So as you can see, we have this local fabrics being done in the Philippines. Another initiative is to stimulate self-consciousness of our clients about the impact of tourism. So basically, leaving nothing but footprints and taking nothing but pictures and then nothing but time. So this is part of the respect that we're trying to promote in our environment. So this is just some snapshots of some of the sites we strongly protect here in the Philippines. Of course, community engagement is very important. So because when communities benefit, sustainability becomes self-sustaining. And so we have promoted a number of sites where community-based tourism is highly, highly implemented. So samples are in some of the places in Bohol, Sagada, and Cebu, and then we empowered local guides. We've strengthened homestay operators, and we've introduced sharing models. In terms of policy and governance, of course, this is very important. So one wake-up call we experienced was 2018 when we had to close one of our best beaches in the Philippines so that we can rehabilitate it. So this gave us a lot of leverage so we can focus on the impacts rather than just numbers. We have course, we have ordinances that focus on carrying capacity of each of this natural and, of course, man-made attractions here in the country. In terms of technology and smart tourism, this is something that we've done and that we've pushing. So these are digitization and of course green transport and experience-based tourism such as farm stays, heritage tours, and community-based tourism. So we've introduced this, the use of the QR codes, digital booking systems, because these are the way to go, as mentioned by the other plenary speakers this morning. In terms of how it's benefiting us, for so many ways. In the Philippines, with sustainable tourism, it increases the value of our environmental heritage. Another is that it really stimulates business and generates revenue because majority of the tourists, if they know that we are promoting sustainable tourism in our destinations, then they patronize them better. It also promotes enhancements of infrastructure, and of course, we're able to promote support for community-based tourism programs in different provinces. I'll just touch on this very quickly. Challenges, of course, we acknowledge that with all of these initiatives, so many things we're trying to promote as part of tourism capabilities, it will be in parallel with some of the challenges that we are experiencing. Not only in the Philippines, but I think it's also common in our region, such as over-tourism, overcrowding of different destinations, poor waste management, coastal and marine degradation, and of course, this includes also the destruction of coral reef, mangrove cutting, and then threatens altogether the marine biodiversity. Deforestation and land conversion because of infrastructure, roads, and sometimes even protected areas. We are also experiencing a lot of climate change vulnerabilities, like rising sea levels more times in the Philippines. Water scarcity, of course, we have them also, and I mentioned earlier, cultural commodification. There are several indigenous practices and festivals that's being commercialized. So in line with that, this is authenticity and respect for their heritage. There's also unequal community benefits. So this has to be domination of profits via low-paying jobs and minimal returns for the community, as well as policy implementation that is consistent or sometimes being ignored. And of course, carbon footprint of travel, so because of the heavy reliance on land transport and fewer green alternatives. That's just some opportunities. I think I mentioned that earlier. Ecotourism, agritourism, community-based, health and wellness, gastronomy, adventure tourism, digital smart tourism innovations. We have them all. So practically this balances the visitor flows and at the same time, it balances even some of the challenges we have. Of course, what kind of future do we want? So what is it we want to sustain, for whom, for how long, and what does education have to do with it? So I think those are really the critical questions that we have as part of this conference. And basically, we all would like to live in places without undermining our sustainability, our ability to sustain over time. And so let me end this opportunity to really talk with you by a call to action. Of course, sustainability is not a choice. It is a pathway to survival and global responsibility. So for travelers, we need to make sure that we choose responsibly and then we respect all of the destinations we're visiting. For the industry, we can actually adopt expert certifications to ensure that monitoring and of course balancing of our businesses and enterprises are being undertaken. For policymakers and enforce carrying capacity and for communities, let us always be stewards, not just participants. So let's be willing participants and let's contribute, not just spectators. Of course, as my final message and as we end the session, let us remember that sustainability is not just a concept to discuss. In so many occasions where I was asked to talk about sustainability, sometimes we take a look at it only as a concept. But it is indeed a responsibility that we must live out. And every choice we make, whether we are leaders, professionals, students, or citizens, creates a ripple effect not only today, also the generations to come. And we challenge each one of you. Do not leave sustainability in this conference, in this room as an idea. We need to be able to carry it with us, of course, in our decisions, in our workplaces, in our homes, and in the way that we influence others. Be it in our voices that advocates for balance, be it in the hands that practice stewardship, and be it in the heart that cares for people and the planet. So again, the future is not something that we inherit. Also, it's a concept that we inherited from people before us. It is something that we build. And the question is, what kind of future will shape our day to day? It's actually a very critical question. And again, I'd like to thank everyone for listening and for paying attention. Thank you so much, Treasurer 2025, for this opportunity. Of course, on behalf of the College of International Tourism and Hospitality of the Philippines University, Manila, once again, mabuhay at maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Lilibet. That will conclude all of our presenter for this session. So give a big round of applause for all of our presenter. Now we will open the floor for question and discussion. Participants here at the venue, we kindly ask you to raise your hand before you asking question. And for online participant, please kindly type your question in the chat box. So we open for 2 questions. So we have question here from the offline participant. Yes, the committee, please. Okay. We open for 1 question per speaker. So,
okay, do I have to sit or stand up?
would you mind to stand up, please?
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Please let me introduce myself. I'm Ramsan Siregar from International Relations Universitas Diponegoro, Central Java. And the honorable to all the speakers, participants, and committee members. So following our discussion about sustainability tourism and then AI, cultural heritage, preservation, so I found many gaps about the presentation that gave to us. We know that tourism roles as medium for cultural diplomacy. So my question is, how can academic and stakeholder optimize the use of artificial intelligence or AI and virtual reality or VR technologies to revitalize and promote intangible cultural heritage at sub-national level and to forge strategic collaboration with international partners for sustainable preservation effort? And then the next question is, does the student have been thought about how do prompt about AI and how do prompt correctly about AI itself to make or to gain the narrative, correctly narrative about sustainability tourism? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bram Siregar. So the question will be for all of our speakers. Okay, thank you. The committee, should we start with the answer from our speaker or we get another question? Okay, we start with the answer from all of our speaker. So we have the first question, how to optimize the use of artificial intelligence for tourism industry and sustainable preservation effort from the government. And then second question, does the student has been teach about the artificial intelligence, the prompt, to in the context of tourism industry? May we have the first answer from Prof. Diana?
Okay, thank you for the question. Yeah. I'm just going to share my thoughts. Yeah, it doesn't mean that this is the truest one. Yeah, but in my opinion, since we cannot avoid AI anymore in our life and in our world, yeah, then we must learn how to adapt to live together with AI. And the most important thing is, the basic thing that we have to be aware of is that we should not lose our humanity. Yeah, that is the very basic thing that is important. Then tourism actually is one of the sector that have a high potential to keep on the humanity itself, because our industry is a people industry, but still going to use AI for our benefits. And I can see a lot of things that we can work with AI. For example, like in my presentation, AI can help us in giving a more accurate and a lot of data, something that we cannot, as a human, we cannot recall everything, but AI can help us. But how we manage it, how we are going to use it, how we coordinate all of the knowledge that can be assisted by AI, that is one most important thing. So in terms of sustainability, for example, AI can help us to give a very detailed data. Then we can see perhaps the development of sustainability implementation in each of the region, for example, and to see whether our target is reached, yeah, yearly or perhaps monthly. Yeah, something that as a human we cannot just recall every detail, but we can use AI to help us. Yeah. However, yeah, well, as a human, again, I think what the school have to teach all of the students are, we have to keep our willingness, our drive, our motivation to keep on learning and to think critically. The young generation, yeah, these days, yeah, your era now is very giving you a lot of easy ways to do things because of technology. You have to be aware that you should not be carried away, because if you keep on have a high dependence on technology, then you might one day you don't really want to think harder. Yeah, that is what we are afraid of if we are using AI wrongly and we just let this AI dominate us. So again, AI, we cannot avoid it. We cannot say no to the advancement of technology and also AI, and how the scientists, like I said, they keep on building new models for AI, for robot, yeah, for androids. Then where is our place? That is something that we have to answer. Yeah, I think at this time the most important thing is keep on our humanity exists. Do not carry it away because it is easy just to use AI for all of your assignments in school, for example, you just ask AI, yeah. You might use it, but you also have to criticize. You also have to think. You are the one who have to rewrite everything. Do not just copy paste, for example. You have to rewrite. That way, you think critically, yeah, and then you still using your ability to analyze everything. So I think that is what can help us in the future, yeah. So we'll not be beaten by AI. Thank you.
For your answer. Thank you. So now we invited Dr. Zong for the next answer. You have 1 minute to answer the question. Dr. Zong, are you still with us?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr.
Hello,
Zong. Please.
everyone. Here. For the second question, in my opinion, our universities or colleges must engage in cooperation and exchange, and in their curriculum reform, they must offer more interdisciplinary courses such as those related to metaverse, WeChat, and WhatsApp, Weibo, and Douyin, and TikTok, and culture communication. And secondly, we can collaborate with your college in the future. Maybe the Jiangxi Tiangong Vocational Education Alliance and Jiangxi Digital Culture Group hopes to invest in Bali and to establish its first digital museums and immerse and schedule of event and schedule of their event in Bali. So that's the opportunities that we also in our university we have a score of metaverse industrial. Yeah. So maybe in the future we can in-depth cooperate with each other, so the students can know more from each other. Thank you. That's my answer. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zong, for your answer. Next, we are invited Dr. Lilibet. If you have any answer for the question, you have 1 minute to answer it. Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, thank you very much. That's a very beautiful question for all of us. It would help us rethink how we can relate AI in the various phases of our industry and of course the academia. So first, we can look at AI as a challenge that there is in education because it offers vast opportunities for efficiency and innovation. However, we can as it could create over-dependence on technology, and there are human elements that can be lost, okay, if we not take a look at it closely, like empathy, cultural sensitivity, and of course, personalization of services, which is also very critical in the tourism industry. And so having said that, it is also a challenge for us educators so that we can redesign our curricula so that our students will be trained how to use this AI and other technologies that is present in our midst today. Because as mentioned, it's really inevitable. We are living in a different world, and all of this technology are accelerating very fast. And we wanted to bring also our students in a way that they will have access and equity in terms of how we can utilize all of this technological resources. If you don't teach them how to use it properly, then chances are they will be left behind and their learning will be hampered. And so we have to teach them how to critically think, how we can still respect intellectual property, data privacy, and these are some of the things that we can teach them. And we need to have a rethinking model, not just to adopt technology, but we have to be able to guide our future professionals so that innovation can be balanced with sustainability, ethics, and humanity, as mentioned earlier. AI is really a very powerful tool, especially for sustainability. For once, you can actually generate so many data. But again, the challenge is how much data would you need? Are these data reliable? And so, of course, these different AI platforms can be developed so that you can also connect to communities. For example, with ecotourism, it can also ways so that we can promote fair trade and community-based tourism. Same time, how we can manage our resources. But of course, at the end of it, we need to have at least a redesign of how we can integrate all of this in our curriculum for innovation. And second, it should also be, it should model sustainable practices. Like for example, in our campuses, turning our campuses into living laboratories so that AI can be utilized for energy efficiency, waste reduction, smart mobility, and of course, resource management. So this is some of the things that's already present. And we know all about it. So I always say that there are so many plans, there are so many things that we need to put into practice, but at the same time, we need to have collective action and at the same time strategies on how we can implement it. Important things, we shouldn't lose, of course, our responsibility for ethics, okay? Respect for people, and at the same time, we have to really power our students so that they can think critically, not to lose all of these elements that humanizes people. And then at the same time, we as policy decision makers and leaders, we need to have a clearer action roadmap so that we can, spell out the things that we have to do. Otherwise, it could be lost in translation. So challenge, yes, it is. And possibilities and opportunities, yes. It depends on what kind of lens are you going to look at when you try to weigh the AI and the different technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lilibet, for your answer. So for the next answer, we kindly invite Dr. Yoshiko. You have 1 minute if you're willing to answer the question. Dr. Yoshiko, are you still with us?
Yeah. Hello again. What was the question? Is there about the AI development or something like that?
The question. Yes, Dr. Yoshiko, the question is how we can optimize the artificial intelligence use in tourism industry to related to sustainable preservation effort. And then the second question, does our student have been teach about artificial intelligence in the context of tourism industry?
Okay. I think it's really important to employ this AI and the AR system, as there are many benefits for the tourism, but not all. So, as the AI teacher, sorry, on site said that we shouldn't lose the humanity or something like that. So, whilst the AI and AR development offers many different benefits, but however, it's also there's a negative impact to the human kind of sensibility. So, I think the key is something finding the balance is the humanity and those AI systems. So, I think it's the tourism that engage our five senses, or the real, it's the experience types of tourism. So it provides the real experience cannot be replaced by AI. So it's really important. It's crucial for the human to remain in control those AI, AR, those technology, not be like swayed by AI. I think that's an important factor. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yoshiko, for your answer. And next, we are invite Dr. Giri Adnyani to answer for the question. You have 1 minute. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the interesting questions. I think I'm echoing Prof. Dina. Yeah, I will share about 2 points. The first one is that we are a part of this era. I think we cannot avoiding the technology, and the technology just be used as a tool. So as a tools, it means that. So I think in the for the education purposes, and it should be the ethic of using that tools. And we are the human, we are the people, we are the subject. So we have the control, the tools. It means where, when, and how to use it. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Giri, for your answer. So I believe all of you, all of our participants here have a lot of questions, but unfortunately we have to close our question and answer session. So thank you for all of our participants and our speakers for the answer for this question. So give a big round of applause again for all of our speakers. All right, with that, we formally conclude the Q&A session. The discussion underscores the role of artificial intelligence in driving tourism innovation and also supporting on sustainable preservation, while highlighting the importance of introducing of AI and the concept into tourism education. So on behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our deepest appreciation to our distinguished speakers for their insightful responses and to the participants for their thoughtful question. And this brings to a close to the first plenary session. The session will now formally return to our Master of Ceremony for the continuation of the program. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much to our moderator. That was a very insightful plenary session. And now allow me to express our sincere gratitude to our moderator and also our speakers for their insightful guidance, excellent moderation, and also a valuable presentation throughout the session. Your professionalism and also expertise have greatly enriched this event, and we look forward to seeing you again in the next session. And by that, we are honored to present the Certificate of Appreciation to our distinguished speaker, which will be now displayed on the screen. The first certificate shown on the screen is presented to Associate Professor Dr. Yoshiko Ogawa. Please give a big round of applause.
I finished my presentation.
And the next certificate is presented to Dr. Chong Jai. Please give big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And the last certificate is presented to Dr. Lilibet Aragon. Please give a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite our Director of Bali Tourism Polytechnic to present the certificate to our speakers who are present in here, and then followed by a photo session. We also would like to invite all our speakers to please stand up and come forward. For those speakers who are joining us via Zoom, we kindly ask that you prepare also for the photo session, and please, to all the community members on duty are also invited to take their position. All right, allow me to invite both of our speakers to squeeze up and take a documentation together. And also to all our speakers who join us via Zoom, everyone for the documentation session, please squeeze up. All right, everyone ready? On my count, in 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you so much. Please give a big round of applause. Now we would like to invite our director and also both of our speakers to please come down and be seated. Once again, thank you so much for both of our speakers in the plenary session number 1. You may now come down to the seat. Ladies and gentlemen, before we are proceed into the next plenary session, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to all of our esteemed sponsors for their valuable supports and also contribution, which have played a major role in the success of this event, and we are honored to have received generous support from the following parties: GL Bali Event, Jatiluwe, Aero Globe Indonesia, Esmeralda Rental Bali, Waterboom Bali, Kamala Resort Bali, KJ Garment Factory, Tut The Wedding, Tourism Academy, KBA DMC, Mutiara Cemerlang Tour, The Karang Eco Lodge, Tenun Ikat Saraswati, View Kamera Bali, LPD Desa Adat Pecato, KSP Dharma Ase Sentana, Color Digital Photolab, and Wida Ayu Catering. Ladies and gentlemen, now let me inform you that we are kindly continue into the next plenary session. So let me welcome our moderator who will lead the second plenary
Good
session.
afternoon,
The
everyone.
time is yours.
I'm Endang, and with Mr. Haji Muhammad Helfin dengan artikel titled Semiotic Analysis of Rinjani Tracking Promotional Language on
Thank you for our
Instagram.
MC.
This is a case study of
now
ecotourism
we are
in
moved to the next
Sembalun
agenda. We are moving for the second plenary session for this
So,
conference.
Nature-based tourism is one of the leading sector.
In this plenary session,
significant
as we continue for this
potential
session,
to drive
let me
economic
introduce
growth,
all of
environmental
our speakers
conservation,
for this second plenary
and
session.
local community
First,
empowerment.
we have Professor Dr. Ilham Junaid,
The
SPD
Sembalun
M.
area,
Hum PhD from Makassar Tourism Polytechnic.
it is
He currently
a
serves as the head
gateway.
of the Research and Community Service
Sembalun
Center
is a
at Makassar
gateway
Tourism Polytechnic.
to Mount
To
Rinjani.
Prof. Ilham,
This is
please
a
come to the stage.
popular destination. This Sembalun area in East Lombok also serve a concrete example of nature-based tourism destination that continues grow through digital promotion strategies,
Right. Next,
particularly
we are
on
going
social
to invite
media
Associate
platforms
Professor
such as
Dr. Lukia
Instagram.
Zuraida,
This
SPD M. Hum,
transformation
Head of the
in
Center of Quality
destination
Assurance at
promotion
Bali Tourism
indicate
Polytechnic,
as
who is present with us
indicate a
today.
shift from
We can
conventional
invite Dr. Lukia
approaches
to the
toward
stage.
more visual, personal, and emotional communication pattern, emphasizing the
All right.
strategic use
We
of
also invite our online speakers who is joining us virtually via Zoom today. We invite Madam Silverina Annabel Kibat from University
promotion.
Technology
It should
Mahara
not
Sabah, Malaysia.
merely word, but
We will
it is
also
a
invite
semantic,
Assistant Professor
a
Dr.
medium
Wanamina
shaping
Boston Ali,
destination
Assistant
image.
Professor Department of Business Administration from
We
Prince of
come to
Songkhla
the
University,
research
Thailand.
question based on
We
that
also invite
background.
Dr. Si Jiayu
Uh,
from Jiangxi Science and Technology Normal University, China.
Come to how is the diction strategy chosen in
All right.
promoting
We shall now
reason
formally
making?
continue for this second
And the
plenary
second
session.
one is what
So let me
denotative and
invite
connotative.
Madam,
Connotative meaning are
Dr.
evident in
Wanamina,
the
who is joining us
promotional
virtually
diction.
via Zoom today.
The last one is
She will
how
deliver
does
presentation
diction
on critical
construct
issue
perception and destination image.
for Dr.
So why
Wanamina.
it is
The
urgent?
screen is yours.
To understand the power of language enhanced tourism appeal in the digital era.
Hello, Swadhi
So
from
this
Thailand.
is
Swadhi,
very,
hi everyone.
high
First things first, I can hear other presenter. I'm not sure if you can hear it. It's kind of overlapped with my presentation now, I think.
In addition,
Can you all hear me?
lack of research.
Yes, doctor, we can hear you.
Lack of research in this kind.
And can you hear
of,
other presenter?
Dr. Wanamina, we can hear you clearly.
Yes,
here.
give me 1 second, please.
All right.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to share my screen, please.
All right, thank you. Screen is yours.
All right. You see my screen? Okay. So you all can see my screen, yes?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Come on. So first thing first, Swadhi Kha one more time. Hello everyone, Swadhi Kha from Thailand. Good afternoon everyone. My name is Wanamina Bostanali. I'm the assistant professor specialized in tourism and hospitality. And I have the great privilege to be with you today and really appreciate for the great invitation on the tourism, World Tourism Day today as well. So I actually like to give a quick brief about my work as I'm a researcher myself and educator. I focus on how tourism can develop in a way that for past these 3 years, I have been doing a lot with the projects that involve with the sustainability, innovation, and inclusively creating the impactful projects. And of course, I have Professor Sylvia, with my good friends that who also joined collaboratively work on one of the projects together about the Sustain Innovation project in Thailand just from months ago. So we're not only doing this sort of a project for the academia perspective, but also, of course, we want to contribute to the society, community, and also businesses, and of course, the environment also. So I believe that tourism is more than just travel. As my topic is over tourism, right? So it is pretty much that a bridge of understanding or engine for the innovation and a pathway towards a better future. So I look forward to share some ideas with you today. And with my next slide, not too many slides for you. It's just going to be a lot of talking of me. And I just try to reflect about the challenges and also opportunities ahead for our local tourism industry. So as you can see, this is my introductions. I would say that we at the moment we dive into the world of tourism, okay, with the topic that you gave me, which sounds serious, but it is. But not worry, I think I promised that what I just gonna say is not too serious, gonna make it fun, okay? I would say we look into how tourism grows from the ground, from the evolution. You have to actually think how the tourism has been developed, okay? And how the grand tour of tourism now become into the TikTok, even the Instagram cafe, if you heard of it, okay? We explore for the good and the bad, and sometimes it's a great hilarious impact, and then we figure out that together how we can actually make tourism more sustainable. So over tourism, for me, I think it needs to be more sustainable, long run, something that really good and impactful, not just visitors, but also for local and the planet too, okay? So for the evolution of for the tourism, tourism is not always look like what it looked like today. Way back in history, travel was most always like if you could imagine that the grand tour in Europe long time ago. If you can imagine how we can actually travel to other side of the world, okay, it need a lot of effort, budget, a lot of money to travel around, and of course right now, in contrast, what happened today, suddenly cheap flights, package for the holiday, many things for the you can go to the beach with very affordable price. Okay, you don't need to actually loan something like before to travel to somewhere more. So even Airbnb, Expedia also offering you the late check-in, late night check-in. Unlike last time, right? We had to check in at exactly 2 p.m. or even after 2 p.m. They allow you to go into the hotel room. So now everything is very flexible, easy, and especially the social media now. Oh boy. You imagine your Instagram made it like Iceland of the global hotspots. And even when Bali, a dream of everybody, to be honest, I really want to go to Bali as well, although everything is so comfortable and very affordable, everything. But one other thing is that I can also travel Bali from my computer. And I love Bali, I love Indonesia as well, okay, and many other countries as well. So this is what we have reflections towards what's happening with the evolution of the tourism. If you think about, Chiang Mai, Thailand, a few years ago, most of the temple, the local life here, all right, we have a great civilized, and everyone had to visit temple for the merit, for shower, removing all the sin and everything. But right now, the temple have to come along with the cafe. The cafe where you need to actually have a scene designed for the perfect Instagram, okay, for you to be able to snapshot behind your scene have to be like a temple picture or the cafe, this and that, something like for you to be able to capture your memory. And also many other things that I just like to share. I believe that because of time is short, I just want to cut it short here. But with the tourism, bring the joy and jobs, right, and connection. So it can also bring the traffic and many other things. I just want you to actually think one thing that we can actually keep ourselves pleasure, right, travel around. But on the other side, on the other hand, we also have like create the pollution all the way, bring the traffic, trash, tensions. The big question is how do we actually keep the great tourism like before, without overwhelming the places and people who visit today. We look at some smart, sustainable practice and maybe still some few ideas help us travel in a way that we make the local people also smile, not to struggle with the pollution. Okay, that's my catch for all of you to actually think all together with my presentation today. Okay. So now the world situation, just want to go quickly with the real story. Like if you take the Americas, I mean United States, now we have a great, basically like a buffet, giant cities and, national parks, of course the Disney World as well. So with the happy place on earth, unless you actually stuck with the 3 hours traffic. You imagine, you're actually down to Mexico. You go to where there's sun and sand, okay? But with all that, along the way you go there, you actually, in the America side, you also struggles with all these along the way of your journey, right? With the cost of high cost, expanding and many other things as well. And also with the, of course, in that particular country or America, we definitely will receive the great revenue from the tourism as well, right? And even in Thailand as well, although in Thailand we actually have great the statistics about the tourism industry create and generate a great revenue, okay, from the overseas visitors. But at the same time, it's come parallel. The beauty, what people see, visitors see, but actually coming together with the pollution and also coming along with the many other things. And of course, in the Europe side as well, culture. In the Europe, it's pretty much like a superstar. To be honest with me, I've been there for a couple of the time in England, Germany, and in Holland and many other places. Europe have a small number of population compared with many other countries, but with the population, the local people also suffocated with the tourism. But one of the great thing is beside America, of course, in Europe they have a great policy. When you travel there, you have if you imagine, along of your journey, you will see like separate ways, right? You have a simple trash, a separation of different type of trash that you need to throw, or even your smoking area, smoking corner that very specifically you have to actually do that there or something like that. So they have a policy for you to spend a visitation over there. You need to spend day by day with care, with concern, okay, with all that. And also, of course, in Africa and the Middle East, especially in Asia now, down to Asia. In Thailand, we have the what do you call the bay, the island. We have called Maya Bay. Anyone been there? I believe some of you in the hall or some of you in Zoom might been to Phuket, to Krabi. All right, you heard of the beach, the movie named The Beach. Okay, right now we shut it down for tourism to go through the nature that once upon a time very beautiful, but now the coral reef finally they're being damaged. And recently, a couple of years ago, it's been renovated, has been fixing and come back to breathe again. Okay, so this is an example that we have to mind about, with the tourism when we go here and there. Okay, as ourselves, we have to look into beyond what we actually do, our journey all along the way. Okay, and then the challenge about tourism, as I mentioned, on the other side of the tourism. The tourism usually gets very good in celebrating, bringing the money, hotel, restaurant, jobs, souvenirs, you name it, a lot of things. And yes, that is true, but behind of the glossy and behind of these glossy Instagram reels, okay, there are messier side we don't always talk about, right? And now I'm trying to talk about it. So the first thing is about the crowd, the overcrowding. You imagine the road so jammed, it feels like you rush hour never ends. Airport square so packed. You can't even find your own tour group's flat. Sometimes you lost middle of the way. So you often pay high price in order to get the luxury range for the tour operations. And the platform like Airbnb or turn apartment into the mini hotel now. Okay, sometimes when I think about the environment, planet keep pumping the carbon footprint. Now, not getting too serious, I think. The carbon footprint emission, it's happening everywhere right now. And I think over the tourism, it's one of the key of the topic that we have to look into the sustainability here. So you have to look into how we can keep the business shine, boom, and utilize with the tourism strategy and all that. But at the same time, we keep them clean and sustainable. How do we do that? It's use a lot of effort, but it's actually come from all of us here. Okay, so let's zoom into a little bit of Thailand again. Just now I talk about the Chiang Mai, but also Bangkok here also crowded. I believe most of you, 80%, came to Bangkok before. To be honest, Bangkok beautiful, not so beautiful for me, but you can see a lot of things in Bangkok, a lot of things that is attract you, especially shopping. But one thing that you have to actually really come back to where you were in Bangkok. The pollution is everywhere, isn't it? The things that on the road, carbon footprint emission, it's actually occur even under the trees because there's something going on with the shop who actually placed there. We have street food. Street food is everywhere. So and burning with the barbecue chicken is always there. It's something that you have to eat. Something like you have to buy, you know, from Thailand, right? So this is something that I just want to highlight about. Thailand is famous in many festivals as well. If you know Water Festival, anyone, the Water Festival, it's the time period of the time, I think 4 days straight. We waste like million tons of the waters throughout the Thailand. Okay, so we need you guys to actually aware that we want you guys to mind that in Thailand, although we bring a lot of visitors come during festival, during Songkran, during even Christmas. Okay, we have so many spots for Instagram as well. Many because we turn the town into lightning and all that. We have so many colorful things, but at the same time, we leave a really great bad legacy of the pollution. Okay, so with that, I just like to say, with the seasonal imbalance, we also have to mind about how do we actually manage parallel with our great tourism attractions, okay, in this big picture.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Dr. Wanamina, you
A
have
couple
1
slide
minute
more.
to
I
go.
almost done here. So with the tourism and the supply chain domino effect, impact of the supply chain in the industry here. When we talk about over tourism, most people pictures crowd, beach, long line, the airport, too many selfies in front of the Sun Monument and all that. But think about the hotel when they're full, often over full, with the regulators start like scratching their head at what to do when it comes to food. That means the Airbnb are actually a great supplement for the local. Can open for like homestay and this and that. So it's bringing a great economy for the locals. Yeah, it's great for story as well with the plane, buses, right, for the transportation, right. The ferry, the cruise, they start happy, right? Being so much happy with the great numbers of the visitors coming over. And now we talk about I talk about hotel, right? Accommodation. I talk about the transportation and about food, especially in Thailand. We have a great best story about food. We are world best kitchen in the world. Besides Indonesia, of course, besides Malaysia as well. Okay, the whole Asian, we have great food in Asia here. So the restaurant have a choice of import and export and have opportunities for more businesses as well. We open for the great tourism and open for more opportunities, right? Small business, even also can have a great advantage. A middle person or even an agency can bring, you know, like when you go for a tour, right? The agency actually bring you to the designated restaurant that where you actually nominate to go for that your tour group. So that also bring the revenue. It's great thing to do as well. So great supply chain there. And don't even start with the waste. The cruise ship also a perfect example. For one ship dock, suddenly thousands of people actually bring with them. The mountain also have trash, everybody, but at the same time, you know, we keep every corner happening. So we just give us a crystal clear example that we have booming tourism, also create a pool, illegal hotel, left the island drowning in the plastic waste and this and that. So, but Thailand still try to manage all these. We I think a year now, we actually receive an outstanding the Sustainable Development Goals indicators, the SDGs, okay, in terms of climate action as well, because we have a lot of pollution and we have to take action. So therefore, we have great report of how we manage those things. So that's the behind story of that. And also, of course, I just like to leave with the lesson here that is simple but important. Tourism doesn't live in a bubble, everybody. So when you visitors have numbers spike very high, not just about the beach or the temple, or the whole supply chain actually receives great impact. Either great positive impact or great negative impact, it's actually go parallel. So it's all connected, okay? And we don't actually, we try to manage it smartly, and it's a dominoes start falling faster than you can, okay? So all is pretty much like inclusive package here when we actually think and travel anywhere. So you have to think all these in one guard. Last but least, everybody. So how can we actually, because today's world, today and tomorrow, we will talk about the world tourism, right? So the world here to responsible of the challenge over tourism. So the answer is the world have to responsible of the challenge of tourism or not. The answer, I would say, the sustainable tourism. It's something that you need to build on the three guidelines. Always have the thinking of the three guiding principle that I like to highlight is reduce, respect, okay, and regenerate. As I give all the example before, that we try when we travel and we look into a lot of ways that race spiked up. We try to reduce and we try to show some respect. Like we go,
I'm sorry, Dr.
when we come to Thailand, and we have a great waste management and all that, and we still concerned about that. So we also expect the tourists have to respect with the places that they go, and of course regenerate as well. Okay, so this is something that I think that the visitors can actually, as you, of course, be a visitors have to mind about as well. Yeah. So some destinations in Asia are already putting this principle, the principle of UN Sustainable Development Goal, as I mentioned just now. Thailand also really focusing on that at the moment. Even in I think I'm not sure, Prof. Sylvia, I think Sabah, Borneo Island is a great example. I read some literature that Sabah, Borneo has they create a great conservation with meaningful tourism experience, okay? So I really want to go back to Sabah again soon as well to visit the great, beautiful, clean place as well, okay? So hopefully one day.
Wanamina, can you hear
All right.
me?
And next, last one, okay? So
Sorry,
I like to
Dr.
go
Wanamina, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry,
Yes.
I'm afraid your time is up, so we have to move to the next
Okay,
speaker.
sure. I prefer to just leave for Q&A. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yep, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Wanamina. Give a big round of applause for Dr. Wanamina. And next agenda, we have to move forward for our next presentation from Prof. Ilham, who will present his perspective on environmental conservation. So to Prof. Ilham, the floor is yours.
Right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to meet you all at this significant event, the International Conference on Travel and Leisure 2025, hosted by Bali Tourism Polytechnic. And thank you to the organizers for inviting me to be part of this conference. And I am glad to share my research. And I'm going to present my research entitled Ethical Tourism for Sustainable Tourism, or Sustainable Marine Tourism, Issues and Solutions. Next. Right. So marine tourism in Indonesia has experienced significant growth, driven by tourist desire to enjoy the maritime products through tourism. Indeed, more than 2/3 of the Earth's surface is covered by oceans and seas, allowing maritime areas to be utilized by humans for a variety of purposes. However, negative impacts of tourism exist. For example, snorkelers and divers may not pay enough attention to the sustainability of the coral reef. Plastic waste and irresponsible use of anchors are generated from human activities. This is inseparable from human behavior that does not apply ethical principles. Ladies and gentlemen, there are three backgrounds for my research. First, discussion on ethical tourism from a marine tourism perspective are still limited and require detailed explanation. And second, the negative impacts of tourism need to be minimized, and one of them is implementing ethical tourism. And third, ethical behavior is a crucial factor in the success of marine tourism. Tourists, academics, government, the tourism industry, the media, and local communities are all important actors in implementing ethical behavior. Employees, students, researchers, lecturers are some of the tourism stakeholders who will implement ethical behavior. Next. The UNWTO released a Global Code of Ethics for Tourism in 1999. The Code of Ethics itself is a set of principles or a framework for organizing ethics-based tourism. Ethics is the part of philosophy that analyzes the conceptions, principles, and values that guide human interactions in societies. Mulai 2017. Next. Ethical tourism is defined as tourism in which all stakeholders involved apply principles of good behavior, justice, fairness, and equality to their interactions with another, with society, with the environment, and other life forms. Lovelock and Lovelock 2013. Ethical tourism is a concept that supports forms and segments of tourism. It involves stakeholders for environmental protection, economic development, and social balance. Speed 2008. So my research goals are, next please, to identify ethical issues related to tourism activities in marine destination. And the second, to propose solutions to achieve sustainable marine tourism from the perspective of ethical issues or ethical tourism. Next. My study adopts a qualitative methodology to analyzing the phenomena of ethical tourism and sustainable tourism. Qualitative research is relevant in addressing social issues, particularly in island destinations. And my research took place in the Selayar Islands in 2025. I collected data through two methods, in-depth interviews and focus group discussion. And I implemented the process of thematic analysis as proposed by Fielding and Fielding 2008. Next. The image here on the screen is a map of Indonesia with the Selayar Islands Regency in South Sulawesi Province. And one of the main islands that has attracted global attention is the Taka Bonerate Island. And I choose Selayar Islands as the location for my research based on two considerations. First, ethical issues are important to analyze given the island's vulnerability to natural utilization for tourism purpose. And second, a study is needed to determine the achievement of sustainable marine tourism. Next. I found several issues related to ethics and or ethical tourism. First, my informants reported that tourism industry tend to complain that other tour operators offer lower price packages to tourists. Tour operators should offer products at reasonable prices that are generally accepted to the public. Unfortunately, there are individuals or community members who offer lower price products. Informants or my informants argue that this kind of behavior is unethical, even though from a product marketing perspective, price is part of the marketing strategy. And the second issue is about infrastructure. Infrastructure remains an important issue in marine tourism. Yes, there is an airport, but currently there are no flights. Another issue is accessibility, is one of significant issue for Selayar tourism. Access to Selayar is via transportation, sea transportation from Makassar City or Bulukumba Regency. Accessibility issues may not be relevant to ethical tourism, but they can impact the travel experience. And fourth, information conveyed by the media is crucial also in promoting sustainable marine tourism. The media plays a crucial role in conveying positive information. Ladies and gentlemen, the fifth issue is the issue of alcoholic beverage consumption by tourists. It's also concerned by my respondent or informant. Consuming alcoholic drink may be part of tourist rights and freedoms while traveling. However, residents or my informants differ in their views regarding tourist alcoholic consumption. Tourists should respect local culture, which prohibits alcohol consumption. Conversely, others believe that there should be regulation in consuming alcoholic consumption. For example, residents should not be allowed to buy alcoholic drinks, and tourists who wish to buy alcoholic drink should be required to make an ethical purchasing decisions. And the sixth, Selayar lacks of destination competitiveness. Selayar is merely an island destination ready to welcome tourists, but it cannot yet compete with other island destinations. And another finding, another issue of my research is the issue of tourist dress. For example, my informants call bikinis. Bikinis worn by tourists while enjoying the beach are problematic because the beaches themselves are accessible to residents. Is it ethical for tourists to wear bikinis? This is a question. So tourists wear bikinis at the beach in accordance with activity they are engaging in. My study found that efforts or solutions are needed that respect the cultural values of coastal residents without eliminating tourist rights to enjoy tourism products. Tourism remains acceptable, but its implementation must align with the ethical and moral principles prevailing in the island destination community. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, my research also identifies the opportunities for marine tourism. Community acceptance of tourism, tourism are economic driver for economic development, support from stakeholders, marine-based tourism villages, and clean-up programs by the local governments, marine tourism products, the existence of Takabonerate Island, tourism products including diving and snorkeling sports. Next. So my study, my research recommends approaches to developing sustainable marine tourism from an ethical tourism perspective. First, zonation may be a strategy for implementing ethical marine tourism. Tourist zones are designated for use by tourists for tourism activities. Utilizing these zones allows tourists to enjoy their travel rights while still adhering to the ethical principles applicable to a destination. The second strategy is the need for a code of ethics for tourism. The creation of a locally based code of ethics for tourism is essential for the tourism industry, residents, and tourists. And here, I emphasize that the code of ethics is focused on principles and moral values accepted within the destination environment. In practice, local governments, the tourism industry, or stakeholders can facilitate and implement the creation of standard operating procedures on regulation. A tourism code of ethics, although general in nature, will serve as a guide for tourists, residents, and the tourism industry to act ethically and prioritize good moral values. Those working as informant seekers, in this case is media, should campaign for ethical travel behavior. The media is an agent of change that can support destination competitiveness. Ethical tourism may become a brand for marine tourism development. In my understanding, limited destinations in Indonesia have implemented ethical tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, so next please. My conclusion of my research is traveling to a destination requires ethical behavior, which involves obeying the code of ethics of the tourism destination. Ethical tourism is an option for achieving the goals of sustainable marine tourism. An island destination faces ethical issues. Hence, stakeholders need to create a local code of ethics for different stakeholders. Next. So, implication of my research. My research advances the significance of tourism ethics and ethical tourism for marine tourism development. And for my college, for the researchers, if you would like to do a research, I suggest in-depth study on examining the practices of local code of ethics in different forms of tourism, investigating ethical tourism from the tourist perspective, and a quantitative investigation on ethics and the success of different forms of tourism. Next. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ilham. Give a big round of applause for Prof. Ilham. Next, we are moving for our next speaker. We have Madam Silverina Annabel Kibat, who is joining us virtually via Zoom, and she will delivering her presentation on the travel industry in Malaysia. To Madam Silverina, the time is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Let me share my slide first. Yeah. I hope it can be shared. Is it shared already?
Yes, Ms. Silverina, we can see it. Thank you. Please proceed for your presentation. Thank you.
All right, so selamat siang and very good afternoon to everyone. Hold on. I think I have problems with this one. Okay. All right, so let me just introduce myself. I am Silverina Annabel Kibat, and I am from the University Technology Mara, Malaysia. A brief about my background. I am the senior lecturer in the Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, Malaysia, and I'm actually working in Sabah campus, which is about 3 hours flight from Kuala Lumpur. And currently I am more into the admin work as I had the faculty. But of course, I'm looking forward for more research groundwork. And like what Prof. Winamina was saying just now, we would just recently work together on a sustainable project in Hat Yai. And I have my highest respect to PSU team for what they are doing with the local community. So in Malaysia, currently, I am very actively involved with a lot of research projects with Tourism Malaysia, as well as Local Tourism Board. And I'm very honored today, and thank you so much for Bali Tourism Polytechnic, especially Pak Director, for the opportunity given. So my topic were given to me is on Malaysia travel industry. So with this short time, let me bring you on a colorful journey through Malaysia tourism, its story, its wonders, and its future planning. All right. So as we all know, Malaysian tourism tagline is on Malaysia Truly Asia. So yeah, it's not just a slogan. Yeah, it's actually a real essence of us being Malaysian, and I would say that it's actually reflect the true spirit of our nation. Why? Because Malaysia is like a tapestry woven from many threads. We have so many different culture in Malaysia. Yeah, we have Malay, we have Chinese, we have Indian, indigenous people of Sabah and Sarawak, like myself. All right, and this diversity is what makes our streets vibrant and our festival endless. And yeah, just imagine walking in Kuala Lumpur and you heard 5 different languages being spoken at the same time. Yeah, and the same thing happen when you actually going into a food court. All right. So yeah, tourism is not just a leisure for us. It's also contribute to 15% of Malaysia GDP and provides about 3.5 million jobs to different people around the country. And of course, among all the things that we offer to our tourists, one of the things that really highlighted in this country will be our culture. And the recent recognition by UNESCO is actually make us, most of us are really proud, because this really highlight about how unique this country is, whereby UNESCO recognize our Malaysian breakfast culture. Yeah? So yeah, by eating breakfast, you can actually having a nasi lemak, and roti canai and thosai from the Indian community, dim sum from the Chinese community, all before 9 a.m. So you basically going all around the world with that. All right. Let's just take a look briefly about the tourist arrival in Malaysia about the past few years. And of course, in 2019, we welcome a very impressive number of visitors, about 26.1 million. And pandemic will drop like any other places as well. But of course, everything has been picking up in 2022. Where we started to see the recovery. The number accelerated to 20.1 million, about 4 times higher. And now in 2024, we almost coming back to pre-pandemic levels, 25 million. This is also mentioned by Prof. Wenamina just now. Yeah, every places I think we see a lot of over-tourism happening, and it's like people they just cannot go out and travel because of what happened during the pandemic. Now I call it people having this revenge travel. Yeah, they're just going everywhere. So this is also happening in Malaysia. Yeah, we receive a lot of numbers of tourists coming over and over from all the places in the world. All right. So let me just briefly bring you to Malaysian well-known destination. For those of you who have been to Malaysia, you know this is our star attraction. We have KLCC, the Twin Towers in Kuala Lumpur. This is one of the once the tallest buildings in the world, still the tallest building, but with Twin Tower. All right. And then we have Langkawi Island. Right, this is the Legend Island with duty-free shopping. I think we have a lot of Arab and Indian tourists coming here for honeymooners. Yeah, and we have Cameron Island, where tea plantations make you feel like you are in a very cool countryside. And of course, I'm sure this is a very well-known place, especially for Indonesian, Penang. This is one of our UNESCO heritage city, but for us, the tourists and also the local people, this is more to food lovers heaven. Yeah. So this is basically the symbols of Malaysia hospitality and resilience. But today, let me just bring you again to the hidden gems of Malaysia. Not only the star attractions, let me introduce you some of the hidden gems. The first one will be Danang Valley. This is located in my hometown. All right. Danang Valley of Sabah is one of the oldest rainforests on earth, about 80 million years old, which is older than Amazon. Yeah. And Danang Valley is not just ancient rainforest. This is basically one of the places in Malaysia to experience wildlife in its natural habitat. If you come here, the chances will be very high for you to spot Borneo pygmy elephant, clouded leopard, and the famous proboscis monkeys with their unique long nose, in their natural habitats. So yeah, going through Danang Valley, I always heard this from the visitors that they said it feels like stepping into a natural documentary. So next one will be Royal Balloon in Perak. Why I highlighted this one? Because this is a home to rare hornbill species. So for the bird watchers, bird lovers, this is where you should go. All right, it's home to more than 10 species of hornbills that can be found in Malaysia, making it a bird paradise for bird watchers. Okay. Next one will be Mulu National Park. This is located in Sarawak. Mulu National Park is basically our second UNESCO's heritage site in Malaysia, and it's very unique as it has a very dramatic limestone karst formation. And it also has the world's largest cave chamber, where it's so huge it can actually accommodate about 30 Boeing 747 airplanes inside. Yeah, and every evening after visiting the cave, you can actually witness millions and millions of bats stream out from the cave, and is actually swirling like a moving ribbon across the sky. It's very, very beautiful. All right. And of course, one of the catching trends in Malaysia would be visiting this villages area around Mount Kinabalu. So Mount Kinabalu is the highest mountain in Malaysia, and the villages around the area has becoming a very famous among domestic tourism, where they actually going to these places to experience nature and at the same time to join the local community for their cultural practices. So they're not only staying in a homestay, they're tasting traditional cuisine, but they're also learning HO craft, blending with the community. This is kind of tourism that I would say Malaysia trying to highlight of how tourists should live harmony with nature and culture, and also reminding travelers that travel is not only about discovery, but it's all about connection. Yeah. And last but not least, will be heaven for the divers. Sipadan Island, also located in Sabah, where the island is where people say you can see turtles in a single dive more than a week elsewhere. Yeah, so this is very, very old ancient underwater, where it's the living forest growing up to the extinct volcanic cone over thousands of years. Yeah. And for divers, this is a living time capsule for marine evolution, and most of the divers coming over will say that it's more to ancient beauty rather than a normal underwater life. Yeah. So yeah, Malaysia basically trying to hold its uniqueness by protecting this area. So now no more people can actually staying overnight in this island, and they limit the divers to only 70 divers per day to just keep the marine area protected. All right, these are the gems that I'm trying to show that Malaysia's story is not yet fully discovered by most people. Yeah. And of course, these are the tourism innovative plans. One of it will be infrastructure upgrades. Even though we have a lot of airports, very good infrastructure all around the country, but there are still needs for better roads, better connectivity, especially to discover places like Danang Valley, Mulu, and all, because all these places are actually hidden gems without a proper way to the capital city. So yeah, this accessibility, I would say, is still one of our biggest barriers in Malaysia for people to discover the beautiful places. Yeah. All right, next one will be ecotourism initiatives. And of course, Malaysia has been actively positioning itself as the leader in
You have another
ecotourism.
1 minute for your presentation. Thank you.
All right. And of course, we have all this effort done by the government. And apart from ecotourism, cultural preservation is one of it as well. And digitalization is one of the most important stuff that being highlighted by the government. Yeah, this is to ensure that our tourism industry keep pace with the changing expectation, making it not about preserving the culture and heritage, but also presenting the future-ready formats of tourism. And this is our Malaysian campaign, 2026 Visit Malaysia. So please book your flight first thing first next year. All right. And these are the challenges. Like I said, travel restriction is always the main challenge. Labor shortage because of what happened during the pandemic. We lost most of our skilled workers. Yeah, and now we're trying to revive back, giving skills to our younger generations so that they're not only looking at tourism jobs as a job, but also a career that they put pride on. Yeah, and of course, sustainability, conservation. And the outlook and recommendation, digital transformation, not only for places, attractions, but of course the ease of travel in terms of payment, accessibility and so on. Skill development, like I said earlier on, we want to upskill the people of Malaysia to be ready with the future tourism opportunities in this country. Yeah? And last but not least will be the sustainable effort. So hopefully by doing all these things, we can actually say that Malaysia can be ready not only for today's traveler, but also for the future traveler as well. So with that, I would like to say thank you again. And I hope that by all this effort, I hope that Malaysia will not only attract tourists, but to inspire tourists as well, and to be part of the belief that when we're protecting today's treasure, we actually will promise beautiful tomorrow for our future travelers. Thank you again, Polytechnic Bali, and thank you all for listening for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Silverina. Give a round of applause for Madam Silverina for her valuable presentation. And now we are moving for the next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Si Jiayu, who is joining us via Zoom today. She will share valuable insights on cultural and heritage. For Dr. Si, the screen is yours.
Okay, let me share my screen. Wait. You see that?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Okay, hello everyone, good afternoon. I'm Si Jiayu from Jiangxi Science and Technology Normal University on attraction enhancement strategy on the traditional performing arts from the perspective of authenticity. Actually, as a famous historical and cultural city, Nanchang's traditional performing arts such as Peking opera and Gang opera are the carriers of regional culture. But they are currently facing development dilemmas. And next, I will elaborate on the research from dilemmas, analysis, theoretical support, challenge, and the strategy. First, actually, the current issues of some traditional performing arts, like local performance forms like the Peking opera or some Gan opera face several issues. The first one is the aging audience with low youth participation and leading to the generational gaps in viewers. And then the reduced performance opportunities as traditional stage are replaced by some modern entertainment venues. And also the shortage of inheritor for the intangible cultural heritage. So most of artists are aging and their core skills face the risk of being lost. So The deep roots of this crisis lies in the misinterpretation of the value of authenticity. So, driven by the commercial interest, many traditional performing arts cascades, like some dialect scenic styles are cards and replaced by some popular rhythms. And even the tea-taking operas are simplified into some festival style song or some dancing performance. So when such adaptation may appear innovative, so they're actually dilute the cultural core and causing the traditional performance to lose their original cultural charm, while falling to truly resonate with the modern demands. So, to resolve this dilemma, we must turn to the theory of authenticity for the support. Actually, this theory is centered on the core of preserving and reproducing the cultural essence. It provides a very clear standards for evaluating the value of the cultural heritage and some intangible cultural heritage, and guiding us on how to protect the cultural heritage. So, based on this theory, I want to say that actually you can. Sorry. And for the value perspective, actually in today's tourist market, many attraction offers similar experience. However, authenticity, traditional the performance, satisfy the tourists' growing demands for some deep or cultural immersion, and through this performance, visitors can touch the essence of the local culture. But however, the traditional performing arts currently face several challenges regarding authenticity. The most important one that's the adaptation driven by the market pressures. Actually, in order to pursue the short-term benefits, some performance groups have cut the dialects, scenic styles from the tea-taking opera and some Gan opera, and others replace some traditional music modes with some popular music rhythm, as I said before, and transforming original Sorry, can you see my screen? Maybe something wrong with my PowerPoint. Okay. And other replace traditional music with popular music rhythms. So the consequences are very severe. Well, it may attract various audience and boost the benefit in short term, but it erodes the cultural resonance over time. So the negative word of mouth accumulates and leading some tourists to conclude that some traditional performing arts lack distinctiveness. So this fully demonstrates that the strength from authenticity improves the rate. With the cultural appeals and sustainable value from the traditional performance. So there are several strategies to solve these problems. The first one is the strength, the protection, and the inheritance to safeguard the authenticity. And on the other hand, it's recommended that the government establish some special master workshop and to invite some artists to mentor the apprentices, and also ensure the transmission of the core technique. And on the other hand, also we can create a gene bank, like create some gene bank for the intangible cultural heritage, like use some 3D motion to capture the motion capture technology to record the artist's physical movements, and also the perceive some vocal style, and also the process of the preserve the opera, and this prevents the loss of skill due to the aging of inheritance and to create some digital archive for the future transmit. And then I think the explain the multiple channel dissemination and the immersive experience is also very important. Like we can use some local historical IP to integrate the elements from the typical opera and other opera, while the preserving the direct singing style to maintain the linguistic the authenticity, and we also can introduce some XR technology or other technology like AR, VR technology to create the extended reality that allowed the stage to showcase the rustic charm of the traditional opera platform, while stimulating some historical things. And also, we can use multiple channel, like some social, the short video platform. It's a very good way to protect the traditional culture, like broaden the audience reach and also encourage some inherent to establish accounts and to attract the young audience. And then I say that the VR, AR technology, like they can use this technology to reconstruct the opera stage and establish audience to immersive and also participate in the performance through a first-person perspective. And finally, the integrates micro performance to the scenic areas with the living stream sales of some products. And also, I think the government and the enterprise community. Government enterprise community cooperation also can help the sustainable development of the traditional performing arts. Like at the government support at the government level, establish a special fund to help the production and the revival of some classical scripts. Well, they can also introducing some supportive policy for the traditional performance. In the scenic areas, and also at the corporate level, like they can encourage cultural tourism enterprise to incorporate tea-picking operas and the gun operas into some the tourist the tourism line. And also, finally, we must know that the sustainability driven by the authenticity. So the innovation must strike a balance. The adaptation should not be over-modified to cater the market demands, and the digital communication must guard against the fragmentation, while the technology like some short video or VR can also disseminate the culture, and they must maintain the cultural integrate of the traditional performance art through some the complete narrative presentation. So finally, I think some traditional performance opera like tea-picking opera enjoying relatively broad appeal, like the niche gun opera. They can investigate the limited market potential and future. A strategy must differentiate the options, the approach for the distinguished art form, and providing the more targets preservation support for these specialized arts. So that's all of my research sharing, and thank you so much for your listening. And I also thank the conference for providing this platform. And I'm really looking for further discussing on the protection and the innovation of some traditional performing arts with you in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Z, for your presentation. Give a big round of applause for Dr. Z. All right. Now we move for our next speaker, Dr. Lukia Zuraida, who will deliver her presentation on future travel trends. To Dr. Lukia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Bapak Ade. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Bapak Direktur of Politeknik Pariwisata Bali and all fellow speaker and all distinguished guests. So allow me, I'm gonna make it quick because we already passed our lunch time. Maybe we can make it in 5 minutes, Pak Ade. Okay, my topic I want to share with all of you about my part of my part of KenQ with a topic the relevant of the role of human touch guide in the digitalization era of service with a model of surfaction service. As we know that digitalization has brought about significant transformation in the tourist industry service. There is a lot of things that we can do digitally in tourism industry, such as e-ticketing, travel application, and also artificial intelligence. This make traveler enable to achieve high efficiency. However, this development also raise concern about the loss of the human touch in the service process. The role of tour guide who were previously the primary source of information and emotional interaction is now being questioned. Amid technological dominance, this study is aimed to revisit the role of tour guide as a crucial element in shaping personalized and contextual travel experience. So this research is capturing from the micro perspective of the role of a human in service in tourism. Okay, jump to the next slide, please. Another slide. Another slide. Yeah, for the literature review. So I use the surfaction model, that systematic and coherent organization of all the physical and human element of the client firm interface necessary to perform a service of predetermined commercial and quality character. Also, human-centered service design. The method, the research method is, next please. The research method is a descriptive qualitative approach with in-depth interview with foreign tourism and tour guide. Also, our observation has been done, and also the direct participation with the guest and tour guide. And the data gathered is categorized based on the 3 components in the surfaction model. Okay, we jump to the result, please. Okay, the informant of this small research is come from Asia, Middle East, America, and Europe. And next, please, there are 3 elements of the surfaction model, which are the visible element, other customer, and invisible element. Next, please. So we jump to the result. There is 3 data in visible element. There are production, inseparable production consumption, tour guide frontline as a frontline staff, and physical environment. From the first visible element, from the interview data, we saw that tour guide is provide a direct and contextual services tailored to the field condition and the need of tourists at that time. This reinforces their role in creating services that cannot be replaced by automated technology. Maybe this can be the answer from the topic, previous topic from Prof. Dina and another speaker, because very massive digitalization in tourism area. And the second data show that tour guide is a frontline staff, so that guide not only convey information but also act as cultural liaison, conveyor of local values and creator of the destination. And also tour guide is act as frontline contact personnel who not only convey information but also create emotional value, psychological safety, and cultural knowledge transfer. And this so that the human aspect of service is essential in creating differentiation and uniqueness of experience. Next, please. And for the third visible element is physical environment or tourist attraction. From the narrative from the guest so that guide service is enrich a tourist holistic perception of the destination environment. Also, destinations are part of the inanimate environment that form an important part of tourist product. However, the experience in this place become more memorable due to guide assistant, not just because of the location. This so that human guide activates the value of the attraction. And the second element of the surfaction model is customer as co-producer element. There are one element with two data, so that the social element and interaction with the guide and fellow tourists become an emotional component that enriches the experience according to the concept of the surfaction model, which include other customers as part of the service experiment. Also, tourists become an active part of the service production process. Their statement from the tourists so that they appreciate the element of personalization and local context, which cannot be obtained from the digital sources. They engage in interaction, feel safe, and feel authentic. Furthermore, this is an important aspect of the surfaction model. And the last element in surfaction model in invisible, intangible thing that make a guide can give the excellent services to the guests. Invisible organization system. From the data can show that automation system such as audio guides, AI, voice, or application are often perceived as cold and impersonal. So human guides are considered superior in providing warmth and flexibility in their service. And the second data show that there is a robust support system behind the service from the guide to the guest, including guide training, coordination between the guide and maybe the restaurant or hotel to give special treatment to the guest, and also an understanding of the need of the tourists or guests, and it reflects the organization role in creating a service system that support frontline service. So I want to say the conclusion from this research is about the present of the tour guide from the perspective of the surfaction model. Can be explained first that tour guide is meet service need, and this is automated system cannot produce. And the second one is strengthen the emotional and cultural experience of the traveler. And the third is provide high flexibility in conveying the meaning and context of the destination or place. And the last is becoming a central. The tour guide is becoming a central element. Human guide is becoming the central element in the value creation of the tourism service. So the tour guide is bridging between technology and the people. One said that there are a lot of things we can do while traveling. Famous destination, good food, nice accommodation, but the most memorable thing is people that we met and we did interaction with them. That's all of my presentation. So I give back to Bapak Ade. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lukia, for your presentation. Give a round of applause for Dr. Lukia for her presentation. So that will be conclude the presentation of our speaker for the second plenary plenary session. So may I can ask you kindly give a big round of applause for all of our 5 speakers. All right. Now we will open the floor for question and discussion. The participants here at the venue are kindly asked to raise your hand before you asking question, and please state your name and to whom the answer is addressed to. And then for the online participant, we ask you to chat on the Zoom chat box. So our committee here will help you to convey the question to our speakers. Please, do we have question from our offline participant? Ibu Evi.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity for me to give 2 questions, one for Prof. Ilham. Our question, Prof. Ilham, is how can the implementation of local code of ethics among different tourist stakeholders contribute to achieve sustainable marine tourism in destinations such as the Selayar Island? And then the second question for Ibu Luki. How does the Servation model explain the irreplaceable role of human tour guide in enhancing emotional and culture experience in the era of digitalized travel services? Thank you.
Thank you, BFE, for your question. So we might answer it first from Prof. Ilham.
Thank you, Bu Evi. It's a very good question. How to implement a local code of ethics of tourism, especially in marine destination. In my presentations, I mentioned that the UNWTO has released a global code of ethics, and in Indonesia also, the Ministry of Tourism has translated in the Indonesian version. And in that particular code of ethics, there are 10 articles that should be followed by the Indonesian government, especially the national government. Ideally, this should be also followed up by provincial or local government, including the organizers of, for example, tourism attractions in our destination. So in my research, I suggest that we need to create something like code of ethics of tourism in the level of local. Local means here is the local government of the regency should create a local code of ethics. The question is how to implement. I suggest to create something like regulations, which is derived from the code of ethics of tourism. Well, actually, there are similarities between regulations, code of ethics, and also peraturan tata tertib, when we say Indonesia, guidelines. But what is the emphasis here for our future tourism is that we need to have official code of ethics owned by the local government, implemented by the industry, especially the attractions in island destination. And it's very good if we have something like regulation when we come to the attractions and we see the regulations, and it should be followed by all tourists who are attending the activities in tourism. That's my comment. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you for Prof. Ilham, for your answer. Next, Ibu Lukia.
Yeah, thank you, Bapak Ade. Thank you for the question, Ibu Evi. Ibu Evi asked, how does this model can express the emotional or need of the tour guide in the tourism industry? Okay, as we know that this model is divided into 3 elements: visible, co-creation, and invisible. in that element, it show that from the interview data, it show that tour guide is provide direct because they can directly interaction with the guest. So this cannot be replaced by automated technology. And also, the guide also convey the information. Is also a cultural liaison, and also the bridging the guests with local wisdom and etc. So that's make emotional with the guest is also tour guide is not only convey information but create emotional value, psychological safety, and also they can transfer the cultural knowledge about in Bali, about Bali to the guest. So that's create the emotional interaction with the guest that cannot be replaced with the machine. I think that's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lukia, for your answer. All right, so with all due respect, I believe that you may have some of the questions that you are going to ask to our speakers, but we are limited to the time, so we have to formally conclude the Q&A session for this session. The session emphasized that within the divided tourism industry, tour guides play a pivotal role as a connecting link between various sectors and ranging from hospitality and transportation to local communities as well. Their ability to interpret culture and environmental is especially crucial in marine tourism, where knowledgeable guides can foster visitor awareness, promote sustainable practices, and support the preservation of fragile marine tourism. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the second plenary session of the day. We wish to convey our highest appreciation to our esteemed speakers for their insightful presentation, and to all of your participants for your kind attention and active contribution throughout the session. With the conclusion of this plenary session, now I return the session to Master of Ceremony for the continuation of today's program.
All right, thank you so much for a very wonderful and perfect moderator, and also our incredible speakers who already joined for the plenary sessions. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude for the plenary session, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to our moderator for his excellent guidance to our speakers, and also for their insightful presentation and also valuable contribution. Your professionalism and also expertise have greatly enriched this session, and we thank you so much for making this plenary session a success. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to begin to give the certificate to our speakers. So the first certificate shown on the screen is presented to Miss Silverina Annabelle Kibat. Please give a big round of applause. The next certificate is presented to Associate Professor Dr. Wanamina Boston Ali. The last certificate is presented to Dr. Xie Jayu. So once again, we would like to say thank you so much for all our speakers who is joining us via Zoom, and we would like to invite our Director of Bali Tourism Polytechnic to present the certificate to our speakers who are present here in the MICE Widyatula, and then followed by a photo session. For the speakers who are joining us via Zoom, we kindly ask that you prepare for the photo session, and all committee members on duty are also invited to take the position. All right, first picture in 3, 2, 1. All right, perfect. Now we are moved to the next speaker. All right, thank you so much, Professor Dr. Ilham Junaidi. And now we proceed into the next speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Lukia Zuraida, SPD M.Hum. Now we also would like to invite our moderator, Mr. Ade. Please come forward. All right, we also would like to invite all of our speaker later with our moderator to take the photo session together. Once again, we would like to invite all our speakers who present and also our moderator and also the speaker who already joined via Zoom to take the photo session together. All right, thank you so much for our speakers, moderator and director of Bali Tourism Polytechnic. You may come down to the seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to inform that we will have a break for a lunch session that will locate downstairs of this floor. And also for all the people presenters that we will begin for the parallel session starting at 2:30. So everyone who will join for the parallel session, you may scan the QR code that already available on the table. And please also join for the parallel session in a Zoom platform. Once again, for all of you who are present in here, you may go down to the first floor for having lunch, and for the parallel session, we will begin at 2:30. Thank you. And also for the closing and also awarding, we will start at 4, and we do expect it for all the participants who are present in here to be back at the Mas Widyatula meeting room at 4 p.m. Thank you so much. And also the last information, we do have an official photo booth that located at the front. We would like to invite all of you who are available here at the Mas Widyatula meeting room to join our photo booth session, which actually we already serve at the front of the Mas Widyatula meeting room.
Recording stopped.
Actually, you use data product. So
Recording in progress.
promote good enough. So the product in this case is bamboo suit is not often using as a product, so we know that limited innovation in local bamboo suit. Bamboo suit, one of the products that already we know that's a balado bamboo suit or bamboo chip as a snack made from dried bamboo suit. Balado seasoning and bamboo chip themselves use ingredients from local farm in Angsri village. That are about 80% of the total ingredient they take from the local ingredient. Bamboo suit is local raw material is limited to use in the traditional food because the public still view bamboo suit as a low-grade raw material, not a superfood. Then also the people in Angsri have less confidence in using bamboo suit as a souvenir snack for the tourists. So to ensure that answer to the existing phenomenon, this study aims to examine more deeply to the perception of the Angsri village community toward balado bamboo suit as a souvenir snack for the tourists. The literature review, we know that like Hatati and Nirkanda saying souvenir known as a gift can be food, souvenir, fabric or other item typical of the area visited. And also from the Krishnawati, souvenir from region reflect the local cuisine. And the last is Hartanti and Nurkiana. Local food has the potential to become a regional souvenir. Based on that condition, we are also using our literature review for the kind of dish that we use for a souvenir. We take some literature for this condition, like dimension of food received, about the taste, aroma, symptom, kinesthesis, texture, appreciation, auditory texture, and integration, taste, and aroma. There's literature that we use to ensure our product that we introduce to the Angsri village. For the research methodology, we using mixed method approach, combination qualitative and quantitative analysis to aim the perception of Angsri village resident regarding the quality of bamboo suit as a food souvenir. The result of the assessment will be explained descriptively and interpreted based on quantitative data analysis to uncover problem or the justify to current state and phenomenon affecting the presentation of Angsri village resident regarding bamboo suit based food souvenir. Furthermore, it aims to understand the action taken by the target population to solve those problems, which can be used to inform future planning and decision making for the future. For the research and discussion, we using this table, reliability statistic, So on the result of the data reliability calculating use the Cronbach alpha method with score of 0.85, the value is greater than 0.7. So the learning quality variable are declared reliable. All instruments in this study have calculated R value greater than the R table. Instruments are valid. The data found that the majority of respondents in this study were in the age above of 30 years. That's almost 73% of the respondents. The majority of the respondents in this study were women, so 75%, while men made 25%, indicated that the women play a dominant role in social and economic activities. The majority of respondents had a high school education. The other is like elementary and junior. So there is no respondent had a college degree. Based on occupation, the majority of respondents work as a trader, followed by business manager and farmer. Those findings indicate that the trade is the most dominant economic activity, with destination management and agriculture continuing to make important contribution to the local economic sustainability. For the result, our presentation there, as we can see in the table. So this improve that the product has distinctive and unique taste and aroma, with the presentation of agreement 40% to 55%. Not all respondents stated this dominantly. However, several aspects such as visual appeal, product appearance, and appetizing impression recovered more varied responses, with some respondents choosing natural or less agreeing, especially regarding the appetizing appearance, like 45% less agreeing. Then for the continuing our result, however, respondents tend to be less satisfied with the product. Socio-economic impact in local community. 45% of respondents disagree that the product could create business opportunities for the residents of tourist destination, and 47% also disagreed that the product had a positive economic impact on the local community. Those findings suggest that although the product is considered superior in terms of quality and raw material origin, its role in improving the local economy is not yet fully visible or felt. This presents an opportunity for improvement, requiring a more concerted strategy to empower local community through the improvement of product-based business. The findings indicate that the Angsi village community recognize that the superiority of local product in the term of durability and the use of local raw material, but expressing significant debate about the direct economic benefit of those products for the community. This aligns with the finding of that the ability to promote local product and improve the marketing specificity of local community is key to increasing competitiveness. Those findings are also reinforced by interviews with the Angsri village residents, who found that without institutional support, such as Pokdarwis or tourism group, marketing assistant, and access to microfinance, the potential of local raw materials and product quality alone are not sufficient to guarantee the creation of economic benefit directly felt by the community. Therefore, Angsri village need to strengthen its empowerment strategy by increasing the capacity of residents, establishing product management institution, and synergizing with the government and tourism sector. So the local products are not only technically superior, but also able to increase community confidence in selling their local product to tourists, thereby impacting the economic welfare of the surrounding community. So the conclusion is, while the Angsri village community positively appreciate the taste, aroma, and superiority of local raw material, as well as the durability of product, they still face significant challenge in the terms of visual appeal, self-confidence, and receiving economic benefit. This is the problem that we can conclude from the condition of the Angsri community. The pursuit integrity of local product is a major obstacle to increasing competitiveness, future exacerbated by the lack of institutional support, marketing, and access to finance. Therefore, community improvement effort through capacity building, the establishment of product management institution, and collaboration with government and tourism stakeholders are crucial to strengthening the position of local product, building self-confidence, and increasing the economic impact on the Angsri village community. That's our presentation. So maybe there's a thing to discuss. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Maybe now let's continue with our next presentation. Yeah, this will be presented by Ibu Sri Made Iwan Dusanta Marta Jaya, Rakan Putu Sudiarta, and Hadiana from the Department of Culinary Arts Program, Hospitality Department, Bali Tourism Polytechnic. Their paper is titled Exploration of Local Wisdom, Utilization of our Vegetables in Traditional Cuisine in Angsri Tabanan. I invite the presenters to begin. Please.
Okay.
Share your screen.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fardina, and also good afternoon for our chairperson today, Mr. Rumba. We are from Bali Tourism Polytechnic, and today I will present our research entitled. Oh, wait a moment. I need to share my screen. Okay, so the title of our research is Exploration of Local Wisdom, utilization of fern vegetable in traditional cuisine in Angsri Tabanan. And then this work was done together with my colleague, Pak Iwan, Pak Ngakan, and also me myself. So this study explores the use of fern vegetable in traditional cuisine in Angsri village. We found that fern are not only nutritious and delicious, but also have potential to support tourism and the local economy. However, marketing and promotion are still very limited now, and then our research highlights the importance of preserving traditional cuisine and using it for community empowerment. Wait a moment. Angsri village actually is rich in culture and biodiversity. And then one important food is fern, or people known it as sayur pakis. And the community has used it for generation in daily cooking. Using local ingredients like fern helps to preserve cultural identity, support the economy, and promote sustainability. Our aim is to explore how fern is used and how it can benefit to the community. And then for the literature review, in Balinese cuisine, fern is used in dishes such as lawar paku, urap, and soup. And then fern is full of nutrients like protein, vitamins A and C, and fibers for sure. And beyond health, local wisdom in farming and cooking fern also supports food security and biodiversity. And therefore, ferns are important not only for food, but also for culture and also sustainability. And then for the research model, we use a qualitative case study. We interviewed farmers, housewives, and entrepreneurs. And we also observe cooking practices and analyze related documents. This method helps us to understand how fern, how sayur paku are used in this village, the meaning behind them, and their potential for food sustainability and tourism. And then for the research methods, our respondents include fern farmers, housewives, culinary entrepreneurs, and community leaders. We collected data through interviews, observation, and document studies. Then we analyze data using thematic analysis and triangulation to ensure accuracy. For the result and discussion, our findings show 4 main points here. The first is fern is commonly cooked as stir-fried, as urap or lawar, and now even as innovative product like fern chips. And the use of fern contains local wisdom, including health belief and rituals. Next is fern-based products provide income and attract tourists for sure. And the next is challenges includes lack of marketing, weak promotion, and poor packaging. For our recommendation, so to overcome these challenges, we suggest the first training in digital marketing and product packaging. Of course, collaboration between universities and communities, and and forming business groups to support fern product and promoting fern-based cuisine through online platform. So our conclusion, fern vegetables have strong potential to support food security, cultural preservation, and the economy of Angsri village. Innovation and marketing are the keys to success. So for the universities or for especially our polytechnic, I think this can inspire community service and research. And for the community, it also encourage sustainable and creative use of local resource. And for the implication and benefit, this research, I think, brings several benefits, just like for the academic, reference for further research and innovation, and for the economy product diversification and higher income for the community, and then for culture, preserving local wisdom and identity, and then for tourism, support sustainable community-based culinary tourism. I think that's all for us for the presentation entitled Exploration of Local Wisdom, Utilization of Fern Vegetable in Traditional Cuisine in Angsri Tabanan. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Miss Umbina.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try. And now for our final presentation, this will be delivered by Putri Surya Laksana Jasa and Made Darmiasi from Polytechnic Pariwisata Bali. Their paper is titled Developing Cultural Tourism Packages in Ubud and Batuan Village, Integrating Education, Cultural Heritage, and Community Empowerment. Presenters to the Floricias. Please say your speech.
All right, thank you for the opportunity for our chairperson and also for our PIC and all of you guys as a participant here. For the first, my name is Bajra. Today, I would like to present my research about the developing cultural tourism package in Ubud and Batuan Village, integrating education, cultural heritage, and community empowerment. Our research, I make the research based on our study tour program from our major. Actually, our major is the business travel. But for today, I need some help to PIC to help to sharing to my PowerPoint, please. Just wait a moment. Where is PIC? All right, Mr. Rumba, can you wait a moment, please? Because I can't find the PIC because I already told to the PIC to share the PowerPoint. I'm so sorry about that.
That's okay. I think I can help you to share the screen. Is that okay? Okay. Yeah. It is already here, your screen.
You still mute?
Yeah. Mr. Baja, you can unmute your microphone. Sorry, we cannot hear you. Please unmute your microphone, Mr. Baja.
Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you for reminding, sir. Yes. Like I said before, I already told about my research about the developing cultural tourism package in Ubud and Batuan Village, integrating education, cultural heritage, and community empowerment. This research I make from my experience or based on our study tour program from our major. Yes, for introduction, yeah, we know Indonesian have a lot of culture and natural attraction, provide significant tourism potential both globally and domestically. For especially Bali, in particular, is Indonesians main tourist destination with the upland town of Ubud known as its cultural center. Bali exemplifies this by tightly integrating its Hindu-based culture into tourism, traditional arts, rituals, and the Trihitarana philosophy, what we believe are central attractions. Trihitarana is the engage with the people with animal, and people with the nature. Ubud is a Bali culture hub, combining natural beauty with arts, spirituality, and local wisdom. Batuan Village, one of Bali's oldest traditional villages, preserved over a millennium of classic Balinese dance, painting, and temple architecture as a living museum of heritage. Community-based tourism is implies local communities lead development. Yeah, we know the local communities there can help the grow up or lead or help the develop the village there, and also with the educational interpretation with the storytelling built into tourism, offering to convey heritage and conservation message. Training and capacity building play a key role. For example, Bali Tourism Polytechnic program in Batuan train locals in designing tourism packages and storytelling based on local culture, empowering the community to mark its unique assets. Next. Right, digitalization and innovation are highlighted in promotions. Yes, we know in modern era we must share our product with the media online. Bali Tourism Outreach implies digital marketing and creative strategies. For example, interactive platforms to attract global visitors. Student PQL Fedwork provides experiential learning. Tourism student join Philippines program. For example, in Batuan Village, Ubud Regency, Gianyar Regency, to apply theory in practice, observe community tourism practice, and also support local development there. Television activities included collaborative workshop and field exercise. Participants could assign a thematic tour package, practice interpretive storytelling, and also map local attraction in Ubud and Batuan. After I joined with the with the study tour program from our major, we as a student learn about a lot of Batuan village, and we must make the tour package and must practice our English on storytelling there. The research objective for the first is identify and analyze cultural tourism potential in Ubud and Batuan. For the second, evaluate community-based tourism and capacity building initiatives. The third is propose innovative digital promotion strategies for sustainable development. Expected contribution, provide recommendation for sustainable community-driven cultural tourism development, strengthen local capacity and empowerment, and enrich academic understanding of Bali cultural heritage tourism. Next, right, for the research review, cultural tourism provides authentic experience through their interaction with tradition and heritage, and the community-based tourism approach implies active local participation for sustainable management and fair distribution of benefits. Successful tourism development depends on inclusive community involvement, which can strengthen identity and income, but must be carefully managed to avoid cultural commodification and pressure on traditional values. Community governments in Ubud, involving traditional groups, village authorities, and tourism institutions there, has proven effective in balancing tourist demands with social resilience and sustainability. Digital innovation through platforms like social media, online reservation, and also virtual tour enhance the visibility and competitive of cultural tourism, meeting modern tourist demand for accessible and personalized experience. Traditional Balinese architecture, it's called the Asta Kosala Kosali, educational cultural experience, community training, and the growing demand for spiritual and wellness tourism all highlight the need for a holistic approach to the combined participant governance, digitalization, interpretation, and capacity building. Next. For the research methodology, this research used a descriptive qualitative approach to deeply explore the potential for developing cultural tourism package through student fieldwork in Ubud and Batuan, Gianyar Regency, Bali. Primary data come from Bali Tourism Polytechnic Travel Business Student Fieldwork Practice Report on June 16 until 17, 2025, documenting visits to cultural sites such as a Balinese traditional house in Batuan, temple, a Bebek food dance studio. There we learn about dance, a Max Craft Center, Ubud Palace, and Blanco Museum. The collected data include detailed observation narrative, photographs, discussion notes, and also analyze SWOT for its tourist attraction. That data collection involved a documentary study of the internship report compiled under lecture supervision and content analysis to identify key terms related to tourism potential, challenge, and development strategies. Interpretations were supported by reviewing relevant literature on cultural and community-based tourism, architectural principles, principles as the Kosala Kosali and tourism education, ensuring the findings were well grounded. Analysis followed a qualitative process. For example, is data reduction, categorization, thematic interpretation, in line with Miles Haberman model, data display, and also conclusion drawing, yielding exploratory narrative findings for culture-based and educational tourism products. The research was framed by Kolb's experiential learning theory, using cycles of observation, reflections, conceptualizations, and experimentation to actual the tourism package design in the local context, with impacts on sustainable and community involvement. Next. And for the result and discussion, this field observation during student practice revealed various cultural attractions in Ubud and Batuan, including traditional Asta Kosala Kosali, Pusat Temple, a dance studio, Max Craft Center, Ubud Palace, and Blanco Museum, all of which hold strong potential for thematic tourism package there. Traditional Balinese house serve as educational and spiritual attractions, reflecting the harmony of Sri Takarana, while Pusat Temple offer insight into Balinese Hinduism and community harmony. And for the Museum Blanco, museum and art studios add artistic and participatory dimensions through performance and workshops. The SWOT analyze identified strength, authentic cultural heritage, community involvement, unique architecture, and for the weakness is multilingual interpretation, uneven facilities, and low digital promotions. For the opportunities is educational and spiritual tourism trends, institutional collaborations, and for the threat is cultural accommodation relies on foreign markets, declining local art recognition. Next.
It is already met.
Oh yeah, sorry. And then for the findings confirm that strengthening community capacity and digital innovation are essential to enhance visibility and competitiveness of cultural package, aligning with modern tourist needs for accessible information and immersive experience. The research highlights the relevance of the community-based tourism model, where local communities act as guides, artisans, and performers, ensuring equitable benefits and stronger cultural identity. Effective interpretation is also needed to help tourists understanding meanings and values beyond visual observation. And educational and participatory activities such as a mask making, basic translation, and guided tour of traditional house, embody experiential learning, enabling tourists to actively engage with cultural practice rather than remain passive spectators. Overall, cultural tourism in Ubud and Batuan can be developed sustainable by combining heritage attractions, GBT, community-based tourism, digital innovation, and also experiential learning to create inclusive and competitive tourism package. Next. And for the conclusion, the Ubud area and Batuan village, Gianyar Regency Bali, have a significant potential as a community-based cultural tourism destinations. thanks to authentic cultural assets such as a traditional Asta Kosala Kosali house, history temples, art studio, and art museums. These authentic elements provide a strong foundation for educational, participatory tourism package that implies observation and engage tourists in local cultural practice. For example, mask making, dance, and exploring Balinese architectural philosophy. What we doing there? Active involvement of local community members as a guide, artist, and attraction owners ensure that the tourism approach is more inclusive and sustainable. Key challenges include a lack of multimodal interpretation materials, limited supporting facilities, and minimal use of digital technology in promotion and reservations. To address these challenges, strategies should focus on building local human resource capacity, adapting digital marketing tools, and strengthening collaboration among communities and educational institutions. And the last one is a tourism industry stakeholder. Next, all right, that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for all presenters for those insightful and of course inspiring presentation. We will now open the floor for our Q&A sessions, which will last about maybe 20 or 30 minutes. Please feel free to ask your questions directly or type them in chat, and kindly mention the name of the presenter if your question is directed to someone specific. Okay, ada pertanyaan mungkin dari peserta? Oke, sepertinya belum ada ya Mbak Nanda ya. Okay, if there is no question, maybe I will ask. Maybe I will ask a question for the paper one, Bapak Putra Dalam. Is that all right? Yeah. Okay. So maybe so you found that communities still sees bamboo shoots as low grade and not sure about the economic benefit, right? What concrete steps? What is your steps can build their confidence so bamboo shoots can really compete as souvenirs? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rumba. Okay. For our program there, we try to make something special using bamboo shoot, like we try to make crackers, and also there's some kind of sauce that contain bamboo shoot in it, like a sambal bamboo.
Recording stop.
Stay food.
Recording in progress.
Food, culture show, and then guiding. So when we visit there, we can visit homestay, which is managed by the local community. And of course, for the local entrepreneurs, they do open restaurants and then craft shop and then transportation. It's bigger than the local community one. For the mechanism of engagement, there are village deregulation, 2 design programs, training for hospitality, guiding, and then digital marketing. And then the last one, collaboration among community, government, and business actor. And the third one, challenge. After we do a discussion and then we collect the data. So these are strategies and challenges that can apply or that we would face in the future. So the strategy is to capacity building through continuous training, and then digital promotion via social media, because it's important in this era, because we can do like we can make something bigger by social media. And then focus on attraction, which is they have a top of attraction that might make everyone want to visit, which is Santira River rafting, homestays, cultural performance, handicraft center. And then they have to apply sustainability principle in both culture and environment. And the challenge we might face when we do these strategies are limited capacity of knowledge among locals, because this place is like a small place. Like the villagers, not all villagers go to university, or they're not even finish high school. So it can be a big challenge for us. And then lack of coordination between stakeholders. Yeah, that's because they don't have that much knowledge. So it can be a lack of coordination between the stakeholders. And then risk of cultural commodification. All right. After that is the conclusion. So this study shows that working together with local communities helps improve tourism. And then cultural heritage and sustainable practice make destination more attractive. And then good planning and teamwork are important for long-term success. And then the last one, the research gives us useful ideas for tourism development and future ideas. All right, thank you. That's pretty much us from me. The insight from this research are just beginning of the larger conversation about how we can build a more inclusive and sustainable tourism sector in Indonesia. Thank you for your time and attention. I am now open to any question you might have.
Yeah, thank you so much, Aisha, for that presentation. So the studies beautifully highlight how community involvement and
Recording stop.
Government
Recording in progress.
and also from the other community who have money can give her them to developing the village and about knowledge to more better. And also our challenge there is for the locations, for the destinations, actually a little bit far from the one destinations going to the other destination, and yeah, that's all for our challenge from the making developing for the actually for make the tour package for this village. But for the Ubud area, this is different. They already have a lot of them for the promotions and also for knowledge, because the Ubud area is already famous than the Batuan village. But the Batuan village also have the lot of strength there. But yeah, maybe the government must looking forward and yeah, must give some must notice the local people there to make the development big. Yeah,
Thank you for the response. Sorry, brief answer. I think there is no questions again. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our presentation for this session. Before we officially close, I would like to note that the first paper by Jayu was already presented earlier today in the plenary session of our hybrid conference. Therefore, it was not presented again in this room, as the paper show here is the same as what was already delivered during the plenary. I think I have to say big thanks to all our presenters, for sharing their talent research, and also to all participants, if there is one participants, for your attention and active engagement during the discussion. As chairperson, I will now complete the Google form provided by the committee to select the next paper, hopefully one of you from this room, and I hope you enjoy the rest of Treasure 2025. Thank you once again and have a wonderful afternoon. Okay, Nanda.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the breakout session in this room. I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to our chairperson, Mr. Rumba SST Par Empar, for guiding the session, as well as to our honorable presenter for their valuable contribution. Before we proceed, we kindly invite all participants to turn on their camera for a brief group photo session. Alright, on my count, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Following this, I will share on the screen the certificate of appreciation for our chairperson and all presenters. Thank you, Mr. Rumba SST Par Empar, for being to be our chairperson. Thank you for Mr. Anak Agung Budi Putra HP Dalam. Thank you for Miss Hardina. And the last, thank you for Mr. Imade Bajro Sugandiasa. Alright. We would also like to remind you that the announcement of the Best Paper Award will take place in the main conference session. Therefore, we encourage you to rejoin the main session for the continuation of today's conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nanda.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Recording stop. Recording in progress.
For the presenters, we also like to remind you that the announcement of the best paper or award will be take place in the main conference session. Therefore, we encourage you to rejoin the main session for the continuation of today's conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Arisa.
Thank you, Madam.
To see you again.
Iya,
Main-main
sih.
ke dapur ya.
Iya, Ibu.
Baik,
Banyak ya,
jadi-
Ibu.
Ya, sama-sama saya izin keluar ya.
Ya, Ibu.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih banyak. Mohon linknya, Ibu ya.
Ya,
Untuk-
siap. Sudah semua saya isi. Boleh dicek nanti ya.
Terima kasih banyak, Ibu. Selamat.
Sama-sama, Ris.
Ya, have a nice day.
Recording stop.
Listen
Recording in progress.
to four inspired papers today. The first, the role of Kuta Beach Festival in improving the Kuta Badung indigenous communities affairs toward cultural tourism events. The second is beyond the plate culinary innovation as a pathway to sustainable and inclusive rural tourism. The third is from fire to flavor, adapting the culture of Timbungan method for Balinese coffee innovation. And the fourth is the Makotek ceremony, Bali's ancient ritual of unity and resilience. Okay, each paper has enriched our understanding of how culture and heritage are deeply intertwined with tourism innovation, sustainability, and community resilience. On behalf of the committee, I would like to sincerely thank all presenters for their efforts and the audience for your active participation. As the chairperson, I will also be selecting one best paper from this session, which will be submitted through the provided Google form. Okay, after this session at 4 p.m., we will continue to the main event at Mais Widyatula for the closing ceremony. And with that, I officially conclude this session and I return to the event, to the PIC. Michelle. Thank you so much, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the breakout session in this room. I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to our chairperson, Mr. Putu Surya Laksana Rajasa, for guiding the session, as well as to our honorable presenters for their valuable contributions. Before we proceed, we kindly invite all participants to turn on their cameras for a brief group photo sessions. Bapak Ibu, open the camera. Thank you Pak Esa, Ibu Swastiti, Pak Ibu Nina Anda, Ibu Eni, mungkin masih sama kita, Ibu Eni. Oke, nggak apa-apa, kita foto aja. Michelle. photo session will lead by me in the countdown of 3, 2, 1. Thank you. And following this, I will share on screen the certificates of appreciation for our chairperson and all presenters. The first certificate present to our chairperson, Mr. Putu Surya Laksana Rajasa. And the next certificate is presented to I Putu Esa Widahartana. This is the certificate to I
Thank you
Putu
very
Esa
much.
Widahartana.
Thank you.
The next certificate is presented to Nidesa Madesanti Dwiyarti. The next certificate is presented to Nilu Swastuti. And our last certificate is presented to Nina Indra Kristiana. We will also like to remind you all that the announcement of the Best Paper Award will take place in the main conference sessions. Therefore, we encourage you to rejoin the main session for the continuing of today's conference. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Why we have to
Recording in progress.
we have to be smart enough, yeah. Don't make this perception, the good perception become a bad and bad become a good times, like that. Thank you very much, Mr. Suta, for your insight.
Thank you so much.
And then Mr. Andrika, maybe if any questions for Mr. Andrika from these screens, all the participants, because Ms. Andrika bring the title with design and construction of the Kutu Tourism Village e-tourism system in the utilization of sustainability tourism. Any questions for Mr. Andrika? Ladies and gentlemen? Okay. If not, I'm gonna ask for Mr. Andrika. So Ms. Andrika, you are focusing the located of your research is Kutu Tourism Village as a tourism system. Why you choose Kutu Tourism Village, not the other places? Because we know a lot of places in Bali, especially how to utilize sustainable tourism.
Okay, thank you.
Miss Mustika, why me choose Kuto Village for
Yeah.
my research? Because
Mhm.
Kuto Village is located in south of Bali.
Mhm.
In Badung Regency is about two regency most popular in north and south. But south regency there is one village. There are many object of tourism. Example, Gunung Payung Beach, Pandawa Beach, Tanah Barak Beach, and new some beach in the area of Kuto Village.
Oh, okay. So there's a lot of destination in Kutus village, yeah. That's why
Yeah.
you start from there.
Yeah.
Especially there's a
Yeah.
favorites or popular places, yeah. All right. So what do you think that electronic tourism system can be utilize the sustainable tourism? What happened? Why you choose the electronic tourism system with the utilization of sustainable tourism?
Okay. Why me choose tourism for my the research? I think tourism industry has a success in accelerating progress in the economic and social field through developing a good tourism sector and continue to innovate according to community behavior and tourism trend. But Bali, the popular is culture and tourism in the many country.
All right. That's a good idea also because now sustainable tourism is very popular. Yeah, a lot of government sector or maybe all the academic also talking about how make sustainable. Maybe you also know about the Bali have a flood in accident, right? 2 weeks ago, maybe, yeah, Mr. Andrika. So maybe
Yes.
that cases we can protect, yeah, especially Bali because I know Bali is very popular, is a top 10 destination in the world. So maybe hopefully, yeah, Bali is getting better than before. So maybe we need more e-tourism system beside the Kutu tourism. Maybe you can research again beside the village, other village, maybe the most village in Bali with the cleanliness award. Do you know the cleanliness award? Which village is that?
Yes, in Kintamani is
Kintamani.
yeah Penglipuran village.
Penglipuran.
Yeah,
Maybe you can
Penglipuran.
also spread your research also in that Penglipuran because I visit there and it's such a good destination. There's a lot of destinations very good in Bali. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr.
Okay, thank
Andrika,
you.
for the
Okay, thank
paper.
you.
So maybe, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any question before we close these parallel sessions? Because the time is going to 4 o'clock, 4 minutes left before we end close the session. If there are any question, please feel free to ask for each presenter. If not, so this is the last part session. So for the presenter, they have Mr. Safa, Miss Pero, Miss Ananda, Miss Aulia, Mr. Suta, and the last is Mr. Andika. Thanks for the great presentations. It's such an honor to me and participant here sharing the research, and it means a lot for us also and for all the participants. I really appreciate for the participation and engagement for this parallel session. Thank you very much once again. I also thank to the organizer here, Mr. Bima, for this session making possible, and look forward to see you guys in the next event. And thank you very much and have a good day. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This concludes the breakout session in this room. I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to our chairperson, Ms. Mustika Parvatasari. Thank you so much for guiding the session, as well as to our honorable presenter for their valuable contribution. So before we proceed, we kindly invite all participants to turn on their cameras for a brief group photo session.
Now everyone's smiling, yeah. Before they start, they very look slow, nervous and panicking, right? Now everyone smile, please smile. 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Ah.
Okay, on my count, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Once again, one more time. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Before I end this, I will share on screen the certificates of appreciation for our chairperson and all presenters. Okay, wait a minute. For Miss Mustika, this is your
Thank you very
certificate.
much, Bima. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay. And then for our presenters, Ananda Ayunul Haliza
Thank you.
and Aul
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Iketut Suta Wicaksana, Komang.
Thank you, Bima.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Okay, Ken, I hear you.
Okay. We would also like to remind you that the announcement of the Best Speaker Award will take place in the main conference session. Therefore, we encourage you to rejoin the main session for the continuation of today's conference. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, Bima.
Okay, thank you, Bima.
You're welcome.
Recording stopped.
Destination competitiveness by the
Recording in
use of
progress.
artificial intelligence.
Thank you so much.
And for the last, for Mrs. Iai Dewi Utami Sari Pidada from Lombok Tourism Polytechnic with paper title Pragmatic Analysis of Tour Guide Speech as a Case Study in the Super Priority Tourism Destination of Kek Mandalika, a case study in tourism destination.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We will also like to remind you that announcement of the Best Paper Award will take place in the main conference session. Therefore, we encourage you to rejoin the main session for the continuation of today's conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you Bapak Ibu atas partisipasinya. Sampai ketemu
Terima
di
kasih Bu
Tracer tahun
Retno.
depan.
Sukses.
Bu. Ya, nanti join kembali lagi Bapak Ibu
Selamat.
untuk Tracer tahun depan. Mungkin
Thank
lebih
you.
lebih banyak lah lagi nanti. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you so much Ibu.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Treasure, the International Conference on Travel and Leisure 2025. We have arrived at one of the most anticipated moments of today's program, that is the announcement of the Best Paper Awards winners. This award is given as a form of appreciation for outstanding research. Without further ado, we proudly announce that the best paper of Treasure, the International Conference on Travel Leisure 2025 goes to... Congratulations to Hesteria Friska Armintia Subrata and Komang Tri Sutrisna Agustia with the title Immunization for Safe and Sustainable Tourism, Strengthening Travel Health in the Global Era. Once again, we would like to say congratulations for our best papers, and the certificate of the winner will be presented on the screen. We also would like to invite the winner of today's Treasure to please open your camera. Alright, once again, congratulations to our winner. So our winner will get 50,000 and also voucher Kamala with the voucher Waterboom. Alright, once again, we would like to congratulate to our best paper for today, Treasure 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to move into the next agenda. So by that, we would like to invite the chairpersons of today's event, the International Conference and Travel Leisure 2025, Associate Professor Dr. Putu Ayu Aryase, SA, MPharScience ACE to please come to the stage. And also would like to invite the Head of Travel Study Program, Madam Niputu Evi Wijayanti, SA, MPharScience ACE to please come to the stage. And by that, we would like to invite the Director of Bali Tourism Polytechnic, Associate Professor Dr. Randos Ide Bagus Putu Puja MKes to please come to the stage. And for the team event, please proceed for the certification session. Alright, documentation session. Everyone is ready on my count in 3, 2, 1. Alright, perfect. One more time on my count in 3, 2, 1. All right, the next to the head of the Travel Business Study Program. All right, we will take the photo session. Everyone is ready on my count in 3, 2, 1. Perfect. We would like to invite for the chairperson and also the head of the Travel Study Program to please come down. And for the Director of Bali Tourism Polytechnic to please stay still. Alright, for the Director of Bali Tourism Polytechnic, to the Associate Professor Dr. Andosti Bagus Putu Puja MKes, you are kindly invited to give the closing remarks. Now the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam namo budaya, salam kebajikan, salam manganjali karya wardi. Distinguished guests, first of all, let us give thanks to God's amenity with His blessing and grace that today happened. The International Conference on Travel and Leisure Treasure 2025 has run smoothly and meaningfully. On behalf of the committee and organizer, I would like to express my deep appreciation for all speakers, moderator, participant, and partners who have contributed to the success of this event. Your presence and active participation have provided extraordinary added value, particularly in enriching our knowledge of developments in travel and leisure at the international level. This conference is not the end, but rather a first step toward closer collaboration, bigger innovation, and sustainable strategy in building an inclusive, adaptive, and globally competitive tourism industry. We hope that through the discussion and ideas that have been shared, we can all take home new inspiration that can be applied in our respective institutions, communities, and industries. In closing, I would like to express my deep gratitude for the attention, dedication, and cooperation of all parties. May we meet again in the future with the same spirit, even greater than before. I hereby officially close the International Conference on Travel and Leisure 2025. Thank you very much. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore.
All right, thank you so much for a very wonderful closing remarks from our director. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to all of our esteemed sponsors for their valuable support and also contributions, which have played a major role in the success of this event, and we are very honored to have received generous support from the following parties, such as GL Bali Event, Jatiluwe, Aeroglobe Indonesia, Esmeralda Rental Bali, Waterboom Bali, Kamala Resort Bali, KJ Garment Factory, Today Wedding, Tourism Academy, KBA DMC, Mutiara Cemerlang Tour, Dekarang Eco Lodge, Tenun Ikat Saraswati, View Kamera Bali, LPD Desa Adat Pecatu, KSP Dharma Sesantana, Color Digital Photo Live, and Wida Ayu Catering. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are pleased to present the sponsor video. Please direct your attention to the screen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about the end of this conference. And once again, we would like to say thank you so much for the active participation and contribution. We sincerely apologize for any oversights or any inconveniences you may have experienced. Thank you to all our distinguished speakers, participants, partners for making this event successful. Smart travel, live well. Om Santi 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 Om. Salam Manganjali Karyawardi. See you at the Treasure International Conference Travel and Leisure 2026.
fine, so fine, fine, so fine. Ooh, whoa. Oh, girl, I'm gonna show you when you're mine, oh mine, mine, oh mine. Treasure, that is what you are. You're my golden star. You know you can make my wish come true. If you let me treasure you. If you let me treasure you. Oh, oh. You are my treasure. You are my treasure. You are my treasure. Yeah, you are.
Recording stopped.